and innovation in education.
Let us embark this journey together with determination and hope, knowing that the work we do today will shape the leaders of tomorrow. Welcome you all. In the darkest of nights, a lamp can be a ray of hope. I would like to welcome Mrs. Minal Kudi for the event by lighting the lamp.
வருகவே வணங்கியே வரவேற்போம் வருகவே செந்தமிழில் கவி பாடி உளமாற வரவேற்போம்.
வருகவே வணங்கி பாடுகின்றேன் வருகவே 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 வணங்கி பாடுகின்றேன் வருகவே
Very happy morning to all the delegates today. But the first Salem Conclave by PSP and PCBO, and I welcome with my fullest happiness today's special speakers, Professor Joseph, who is the former Vice Chancellor of the St. Joseph University from Nagaland, Professor Constanza, and all the other speakers are there one by one. You will be coming to know. I just want to give a short narrative why principal has to come out of the schools. Second one, a short narrative on the Socratic flute. I think all of us know about the great Greek philosophers. If you check the world philosophy across, you cannot read anything or any paper without the mention of Socrates, Plato, Aristotle. Unfortunately, Plato is the student of Socrates. Aristotle is the student of Plato. And what is this Socratic flute? I think many of you know about. Socrates was poisoned and he was dead in the jail. This happened in 399 BC. You can imagine, those days, the great thinkers, they will be speaking, deliberating, and they become the scriptures, they become the books. And he was accused on that he was poisoning the minds of youth against the government. Athens court declared he should be given the severe punishment by killing, and he was jailed. He was in the jail. Now, what do you want to learn from this? At the end of the punishment, a day before, as all of us know, do you have any last wish? That is how we'll be asking the hanging person or the poisoning person. So he was watching from the jail window, a little away from the jail premises. He has seen somebody was singing on the flute. So he asked them, I want to learn something from the flute person, bring him. The next day he was supposed to be killed. So the jailers, people were asking, what do you want to learn out of it? What is the use of it? Tomorrow you are going to die. I will learn a new tune or new song before I die. I want to underline this word. Even before he was dying, he was very curious to learn. The learning is emphasized. He never worried about that I will be given the poison. It was called as hemlock. Even though he knows that tomorrow morning he will be dying, but a day before also he was very eager, curious to learn something new. He was so happy that I have learnt a tune before I am dying. Learning is continuous, constant. It is contagious. Your presence today is a part of learning. And all of us, we are from the same community of school principals. And commonly we have same kind of mental agony. That is, when we enter the school gate, so we close everything outside the gate. Our chamber, our classrooms, our teachers, our management, our life, our cocoon, our cave, our jail. When the year starts, And when the academic year is closing also, it will go just like that. Now June started, so there were more than 130 registrations, but today it has come hardly around 60 or 70 principals. They wanted to come here, they registered, were given phone call, they said we are coming. But why did they not come? So the school is anchoring. They were not able to come out of their chamber, school. In the same way, if we are not able to learn something new outside our school, so when will you learn? Who will come and tell you? I think all of us know through the newspapers and TV and social media, now learning is everywhere. Anything can be learned out of a click. Earlier we used to tell the private schools are great, we are doing this, that, etc., etc. Absolutely wrong now. Government schools are doing better than many private schools across the country. We have a lot of examples in Delhi. They have experimented. The government there, they have done. School principals were given the training by Indian Institute of Management, Ahmedabad. I am in Bangalore. Our private school principals. So I leave the question to you. Are we, who will support us, whether management will support us, whether your pocket will support you to go for IIT or IIM coaching for school leadership? Question mark. And all of us know very well, the students, those who are sitting in your classrooms today, maybe grade 2nd, grade 4, etc., when they are coming to the society after 15 to or 17 years, by 2040, so you are preparing the children for 2040. How the society will be in 2040, how the employment will be, employability or employable skills, how society will be there. Before Corona, after Corona, we have so many changes in our school itself. We have found a lot of gaps among the children. Grade 2 and 3, grade 3 and 4, 2 years is Corona time. So we used to give a Corona batch, Corona batch, Corona batch. Learning gaps are there. Leadership gaps, who will fill? Our leadership gaps, who will identify, who will discover, and who will come and fill that gap? Are you empowered to deal with the younger generation of teachers who are coming into your schools? Are you empowered to teach the younger generation who are coming, just 2015 born, 17 born children? They are very new gen students. We are Christian. We are software. Our method of teaching, etc., 25 years back. We want to teach with the same methodology for the younger generation in the classrooms. There is a friction. The discipline what you have been is not discipline today when they come to your classrooms. But we use the same thing. Don't bend, don't look at the girls, don't look at here and there. Go to the class, straight from the gate to the classroom only. Don't look at here and there. That is discipline. Mobile is given. Mobile is given. What is happening in Rome or America, everything is known to them. How can you stop them? So we should be empowered. We should be ready for these kind of challenging students. This is where, during Corona time, a person like me and my friend Miraj Karim, there were eminent stalwarts across the country who are known to me. We thought, let us have some webinars. It was in 2019 when Modi declared, close everything, sit in the house. We opened the webinars to open our minds, to learn something new from across the country, even outside the country also. That is how Mindal Kodine madam was connected for the last 5 years through webinars. I have not seen her, she did not see me, but we are known to each other because of learning connection. We have given n number of sessions on the online. So it is an amalgamation. It is born out of the need of our school principals. 2019, Private School Principal Association. It was registered in 2020 as an association in Hyderabad. And from there, every now and then, we used to give the webinars, coffee talks, conferences. We have done in Bangalore with Dayal University, Lucknow with Lucknow Management Association, Goa with Goa Management Association there, Mumbai with the Baba University, Dr. Baba University, which is a state university there, Homi Baba State University. We used to conduct these conferences here and there wherever it is required. This PSP is run by the principals, for the principals, and to the principals. It is not commercial. It is not run by any company or any organization outside where they have crores of rupees. What we get from here, we are giving back. You may surprise, in our PSP bank account, hardly we have 1,050 rupees in the account. You will be surprised. Madam was asking me yesterday, how are you managing this conference free? There were, I think, 2-3 logos outside. They are giving something to help these kind of events. They are giving and we are giving. What I request here is, whenever something is given to learn, as a school leader, wherever it is, see that it is possible and feasible. Go, meet, listen, interact. You do not know how and where the spark will come. Your experience in your school is different. Even in the same city, the parental background is different from other school. The experiment, the case, what they have done, maybe, may not be suitable to you. We have different kinds of schools, metro, or suburban, urban, rural, city, or MLA constituency area. So all these schools are not same. The parents who are coming into your school, their expectations are different. Children are different. So same formula will not be applying. So what are you doing? How are your parents? How are your children? Where are your problems? What are your problems? Unless you come out, you interact with your surrounding community people of your school education, you may find some solutions. We don't have, as a school leader, there is no ready-made reckoner dictionary for you how to lead your school. There is no book for us. We have to create our own mental book with our own experiences with so many people across. I have never been trained by anyone. Google helped me, my friends, and people like so many vice chancellors, eminent people. Luckily, I used to connect with them. Even Professor is there. I will not leave him for the next 10 years. One connection means I will try to learn something out of, where I will take something back to my school so that I can implement whatever is feasible and possible. I request that you will be more attentive today. There are great speakers. They will do something which is more beneficial to all of us. Take it and try to implement in our schools whatever is best possible for our children, for our teachers. Wishing all the best. God bless you all. Thank you very much.
A very good morning to everyone who have gathered here on this great occasion of the School Leaders Conclave organized by the Principals Association of School Principals Association of Salem. I'm very happy to be part of this conclave, and I thank Mr. Rajendra Prasad and his team for giving me an opportunity to talk to you all. I may ask questions also during my interaction. I think I have also got some gifts in the name of books, so I can give you that also. So kindly be alert, and attentive. Now, my topic will be change leadership for competence-based education. There are expert speakers to follow me, and Dr. Sendil Nathan will be talking about the emotional intelligence in competency-based education. Dr. Laujai, my student, will be talking on the exploring competency-based education and implications of competency-based education. And afternoon session will have, I think I forgot her name, and then I think she's going to talk about the mastery. That's the basic element in competency-based education. Now, when I go to prologue, this is my overview of the topic, prologue. What is change leadership? A successful change leader for competency-based education, implementations of competency-based education, challenges in implementation, and the epilogue. By way of prologue, I would like to begin with a small anecdote which happened in the history of American presidency. Can anyone tell me who initiated the moon landing in the history of the United States of America? Pardon me? Can you just come down here so that, please? I just want to know your name.
I'm Renu.
Pardon me?
Renu.
Renu, okay, fine. I think I have a book for woman genius. Congratulations. It was John F. Kennedy, the President of the United States of America, who initiated the moon landing. And he made a historical speech in Rice University, and it was, the audience were around 40,000 people. In such a big gathering, he gave the talk. We choose to go to the moon. And we have taken up this hazardous journey. It's a dangerous task. We Americans love to take up that job which has got challenges. Competency-based education has a lot of challenges, and I'm sure the principals here will agree with me that implementing CB has got lots of challenges. And he finally finished that. We implore God's blessings to complete this mission, space mission, so that we can put the man on the moon. After some time, he wanted to visit NASA. Can anyone tell me what is NASA? Yeah? National Aeronautics Space Administration. Yeah, anyway, you can also, I can give you a gift. Please do come. Space Administration. So these are the details we are supposed to give to the children. Okay. Congratulations. May I know your name, sir? Upendran, from which school? Newton, very good. Okay, wonderful. Thank you. God bless. And finally, he finished that. And after the talk and all that, after some time, he went to NASA. During the visit, he saw a janitor with a broom cleaning the premises. The janitor was cleaning the premises. John F. Kennedy asked that janitor, "What are you doing here?" He said, I am helping the nation put the man on the moon. My dear loving principals, when you implement CBE, when you go for rounds, when your teachers talk to the children regarding this CBE, competency-based education, if you ask them, what are you doing? If they could tell them, I would like to instill the competency, the skills in the students, won't you be happy? You will be another president of the United States of America. So with this note, I will begin this. And who is a change leader? Today, after NEP 2020 was introduced, I was really happy to associate myself with Dr. Kasturi Rangan in NAC office Bangalore for the consultants. And you know, we represented Tamil Nadu region in Bangalore, and you know, we were deadly against the 5th standard examination, 8th standard examination. Of course, they really cater to that fight. And we had a wonderful discussion with him the whole day. Now, NEP, definitely it is going to be introduced on all the CBSE schools. And the component, especially if you see page number 17 and page number 19, you will see in the 66 page NEP, you will see that there are components on competency-based education. Basically, what is competency-based education? That is, you know, we are going to change from the traditional methods of teaching to the performance method of teaching. I mean, in other words, you know, we can simply say that it is all skill-oriented teaching in the classrooms. We are going to do that. Of course, we have to train. So, school leaders have to be the change leaders. You have to effect change. There are lots of challenges. That's why I began with John F. Kennedy's speech. There are lots of challenges. It's not that easy to introduce a new concept in a school. Now, this change leadership was introduced. The project or the concept to transform, innovate, and overcome challenges to run the administrative realm very, very efficiently. Right? To run the administrative realm efficiently. How many of us are trained? I'm sure Dr. Sendalnathan will be underlining the importance of emotional intelligence in the leadership. Today we need that. We have to be very patient. We have to understand our colleagues in the school, and then we have to go about doing it. I think with the 40 years of experience, I have learned that now. As a principal, as a vice principal, as a director, and finally occupying the apex position in the university as a vice chancellor, I could see without emotional intelligence, it's not that easy to manage the colleagues of ours. Definitely, you will have the same, the same treatment there in your schools, the same situations in your schools. Right. Now, when I say change leadership, what is the change leadership? You know, ability to influence and enthuse others through personal application. That means, you know, we have to be a model. The leaders have to be a model. We should understand competency-based education. I think 2 weeks back, I think he was also there in Nagarkoil, Dr. Senthilnathan. I was in a school, SCBSE school, I was talking about competency-based education. I asked some of the principals, what do you mean by competency-based education? They didn't know. That means they have not read. As Mr. Rajendra Prasad was insisting, we have to be a continuous learners. We have to read. I don't know how many of you read the major part of the national education policy. It went up to 476 pages. It was running like a thesis. But after our discussions and consultation, the final 66 page was out, and it is very easy for you to read. Very easy for you to read. You can master that NEP policies, fine. Now, you know, it refers to a type of leadership whereby the leader prompts and promotes change and action. Every day, even starting from the lesson plan, the leader has to involve himself or herself in motivating the staff, motivating the faculty, how to go about it, planning the lesson plan so that it can be executed effectively in the classrooms. So change leaders are individuals tasked with guiding the employees and the institution throughout the process of change and planning, and change leaders are data driven. You have to have the data so that you can very confidently talk to your members of the staff. That means, as a change leader, if you want to change yourself from the traditional method of leadership to the professional leadership, you have to now empower yourself by learning many things to be a model to your staff. Right. Now, who is a successful change leader? I have got 6 points. A visionary type of a leader, a bold type of a leader, intuitive leader, a dedicated leader, effective communicator, and finally, a leader who prioritizes collaboration. Now visionary leaders. Can anyone tell me who are noted for their visionary leadership in the modern times? Modern times, especially from the field of technology. Can anyone tell me? The modern times still echoes, I agree, but anybody still technology. Sundar Pichai, of course, yes. Nadella also, but still I am expecting some more answers. Elon Musk, exactly, wonderful. Who said Elon Musk? Yes, ma'am, please. And there is one more also. Yes, Steve Jobs. Yes, ma'am, I think you are Miss Mel. Oh, Ramamani, congratulations. Now I would like to talk about Steve Jobs. Of course, we have great leaders in the history of India. We start with Mahatma Gandhi, right? And then, of course, there are Newton and all those people, fine. But you know, I would like to begin with Steve Jobs and Elon Musk. Why Steve Jobs? You know, he came to India. You know why? He wanted to learn Buddhism here. I don't know how many of you have read the biography of Steve Jobs. He was from an ordinary family. And with his friend, he started this Apple company, right? And today, Apple phones, the iPhones, rule the roosts. All of you know that. And you know, he started this with his friend in his garage. There was no other place for him to work on these modules. So he made use of the garage and they started working on that. It went on very well. Because as a leader, there are lots of problems for him also. And in the business, the business executive meeting, when there was some kind of a misunderstanding among the partners, they forced him to go out of Apple. He went out of Apple. See, one of the challenges. Of course, he went out and he started next. Remember, next. But you know, after Steve Jobs went out of Apple, they could not run that, and they brought him back. That is the speciality of change leadership. I want you to take the exam. Elon Musk, once again, he was a South African, went to Canada, then came to America. And you know, today, like our man of the mission, Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam, he is the one who started the logistics for space. He was able to decide, automobiles, very fast automobiles. It's a great thing, Elon Musk. Today, I really recommend Elon Musk to all my engineering students who take up this logistics, even MBA, logistics and everything. I quote the example of Elon Musk, a visionary leader, right? Okay. Now, being visionary is nothing more the ability to look at the bigger results. You have to look at the results. Now, when you want to introduce competency-based education, what are you going to do? Now, it's not that easy. Earlier, the traditional method, we were using chalk and talk method. But now, when you introduce competency-based education, you have to go into individual student talent. You have to assess every student, and you have to be a real visionary. Then when I come to competency-based education, I'll insist more on that. You see, the visionary leader visualizes a long-term goal for the institution. Even the short-term goal, of course, with a view of this kind of long-term institutional goals, and you have to align the efforts to achieve them. What are the methods you're going to follow to achieve those things? And you have to identify the opportunities for innovation. These are the key words: innovate, perform and innovate, and strive to arrange the resources, competencies, and tools to drive the change process forward. No, these are certain things, which is not that easy to do. I'm really congratulating Mr. Rajendra Prasad and team that they have organized a regional level conclave to instill in the minds of the leaders what competency-based education is going to do wonders in the schools, right? And the next one is a bold man, a bold leader. And when I gave you this example of Steve Jobs and Elon Musk, they were very bold. Now, you have to be very careful about this, these people. I always enjoy this. There are 3 apples which transformed the world. 3 apples which transformed the world. Can anyone tell me what are those 3 apples? Yeah, I think ma'am started that. Please do come. Eve was tempted by the apple. Newton was able to see that. It fell down and then created. The rest was history. Congratulations, ma'am. Rosalind. Thank you. And then finally, Steve Jobs apple. 3 apples. When you give this kind of annotates in your classrooms, the students will follow you, right? So that's how, you have to be a bold man in inculcating the competency-based education. This process of ongoing change in your leadership in the schools, you will feel the difference. And you have to be very bold in introducing that. There will be lots of opposition from the stakeholders. Even the members of the management will ask you, what is this? Change-based education. Come on, you explain to us. First thing is you have to explain this concept to the members of the management board. Parents will come and see this, but the child when comes to the school, he wants to ask this type of things and all that, toys or some of the models. What is this? What are you going to do? And you have to explain to this. And Dr. Rajendra Prasad was beautifully saying, employability skills, we are really giving the base for the students in the class. Okay? And you have to go out of the way in resisting the opposition which comes from the stakeholder. You have to be really bold. You have to be really bold in taking up a decision. Right? And the next one is you have to be intuitive. What is intuition? It's a kind of an instinct, when you see that. When the particular teacher of mathematics comes to your room and presents a problem, immediately don't give an answer. You can easily find out what prevents her or what makes her come and talk to you. You can easily do that. So that is intuition you have to really find out. Intuition, of course, many problems, if you really see that, intuitively assess that problem, you can bring the solve. Problem solving, of course, is one of the methods of a change leadership. How are you going to give the problem? Solve the problem, solutions to the issue which is there in the school campus. Being intuitive really recognizes the problems, right, which will hamper transformation. This change leadership will affect only transformation. The transformation has to take place in your school campuses. When you change the transformation, it's not that easy. I could easily find out 130 principals have registered today and only 60 or 65 principals have come. I'm sure the management would have given the additional work in the campus. They cannot easily move on. And they should be able to explain to them, this is a particular area through NEP which we have to introduce to develop the skills of our students in the campus. If you could logically explain that, you would have definitely come here to attend this program, right? And the next one is dedication. How many of you are dedicated? What is the commitment you have in introducing or implementing, initiating CBE in your schools? Once again, I think maybe Dr. Sedilnath will be able to give you more examples. I think last month when I was in another school, I just asked the principal, have you introduced CBE? The principal, without any hesitation, gave me the answer. I have asked the section heads to introduce this. Finished. They just pass on that legacy to somebody else. They delegate that to somebody else, that's all. They are not interested. That's one of the challenges. I mean, a student has done PhD also in this particular area. In the implementation of PhD, what are the challenges faced by the principals of the schools? The thesis is also out. You can also take up and read that. What are the challenges today the principals face in their schools? And the next one is, after the dedication, you can take up communication. Communication is very, very important. I did not give you the examples from our own history, from Indian history, American history, right? People talk. And I'm really fond of one particular lady from the United States of America, who has brought out beautiful books, especially for women empowerment, Oprah Winfrey. She is an effective communicator. She wants those people to come. I can also give you another example of Martin Luther King. He said, I have a dream. I have a dream one day on the streets of America, my black children, the black girl and the black boy will be able to play with the white girl and the white boy. I'm waiting for the day. I have a dream. I have a dream. The address he gave went into the veins of all Americans. Though they have not completely achieved that, there is a kind of an equality between the blacks and the whites in the United States of America. So effective communicators can do that. And you all know very well, I don't know how many of you have recommended The Wings of Fire by APJ Abdul Kalam to the students. He says, I have a dream that our young children will come up in the space technology. The mission man of our country could do that. And I still love him, why? Because he was my predecessor in St. Joseph's College, Trichy. And even when he was a president, he used to come down to the college to meet the professors of physics. And even after Father Chinnathura is dead, he used to come to the cemetery and wish him and go that way. And I still remember, Wings of Fire is more or less the Bible to me. I read that. I still love him, why? I will die when I talk to the school students. He died that way. That is the kind of what you call communicative skills they have. They were able to speak to the people. And as leaders today, how many of you can communicate very effectively and very efficiently to your students, to your faculty, so that change will automatically take place? That's how you should do that communication. And finally, you have to prioritize collaborations. You have to prioritize collaborations. You will definitely find it difficult. Teamwork is very, very important. You have to make them work in teams and ask them to present. Don't bother about the time. Saturdays. I work in Sundays also. Sundays also, no problem. Only thing is if they have commitment, they can collaborate. This collaboration, once again, should not have any bias. Please remember that. The principal will have a team of her own, of his own. No. See to it that all of them come as a team to work for any decision you want to implement in your school. No. Now I move on to the next one. Change leadership for competency-based education. What do you mean by competency? Competency is a skill set which you have to give to the students. It's a kind of a measured ability. What skill a particular student will easily master when he finishes his grade, let us say 9th, 10th, 11th grade or 12th grade. And how do we contribute ourselves in promoting that skill set a particular student has in the classroom? Right? So, what you should have commitment that I have already introduced. Change leader has got that commitment. You should have that commitment. You should collaborate. You should have an effective communication, coordination, and then resources. I was really taken up the way Mr. Rajendra Prasad was talking about that. Organizing a conclave. in an established hotel needs a lot of money. Without any bank balance, he's able to do that. Sponsorship, of course. Recently, we had 2 conferences, conclaves in Bombay for all college teachers. Design thinking conclave. Of course, you also have to introduce design thinking in your schools. And in Sirseri also, we have to pay through the nose. I think we paid around 12,000 rupees for 1 full day conclave in Mumbai. And in Sirseri also, we paid. Right? Jain was the organizer. And of course, it was a wonderful result we had. And I have already talked to some of the college teachers about how design thinking based on this competency-based education will be able to help them introduce the new thing in their schools. So, please remember, now resources. What are the resources now we have to do? It's a big thing. Resources are declining now, no? And how are you going to manage the resources in introducing competency? You have to buy models. You have to introduce models in the classroom. You must be all thinking, and you have to talk to your management people how to buy all those models to be given to the student community, right? And the next one is change leadership for competency-based education. How are you going to initiate that? Sorry? Okay. How are you going to initiate that? You are going to initiate, all the leaders. How many of you have initiated the CBE in your schools? Can anyone tell me you have introduced? Wonderful. And you know the ways. You must have motivational talks, or you must have invited the experts like Dr. Sindhil Nathan to give a kind of an orientation to the staff, right? And then you have periodic meetings with the staff, right? How to give. And also you talk individuals. You call the individuals and tell them how you have to introduce this. And then you have to also convince the staff after introducing this. It's very difficult. You have to convince them, because it's an additional work. Additional work. They have to now train themselves, right? They have to update their knowledge in introducing CBE. And instruct them to assess or add aspects of CBE in their lesson plans. All of you know what are the 5E lesson plans? The school leaders, all of you know that 5E lesson plans. How do you include that? You have to explore, engage, explain, and evaluate and elaborate. Explain, engage, explore, elaborate, and evaluate. This evaluation itself is a very great thing. No, you can't have bias. You can't have bias. I can still tell you that I was a chief of the paper valuation in one of the centers. I was valuing English papers, and after some time, a zoology teacher came to me saying, "Sir, in the bundle, this English paper is there. I'm sorry, I saw that he had valued at least 10 pages." The zoology teacher had valued at least 10 pages of the English paper. Just see how they value. I said, "Sir, you have valued 10 pages." A zoology teacher valuing. See what kind of concentration they have. So the evaluation is very, very important. Evaluation is very, very important. That means the school leaders have to tell them what they have to say that, right? How to do their evaluation, right? And then I go to the next one. How are you going to implement implementation of CBE? Number one, create a CBU ecosystem. You have to introduce a CBU ecosystem and then determine the competency level and go to the assess the students concerned and provide personalized supervision and instruction, and finally evaluate the mastery. Evaluate the mastery. I think afternoon session they will be talking about that mastery of the situation. Right. Now, how are you going to create a CBE ecosystem? Number one, to have equity in your school premises. Equity and providing training are essential requirements for a successful transition to CBE. Now today, when I talk about equity, of course equality is there, but equity, do you really give the proper respect for all the students in the classroom? All the students. How many of you discriminate on the basis of economy, the background and all those things? It's happening even now in many schools. You have to overcome that. The school leaders should overcome that. And you know, equity to be embraced and committed by all working in the system, everyone. Everyone should have that kind of a system. And finally, training individuals to identify, challenge, and remove bias at all levels. You know, just don't say, oh, this fellow, oh, I know your mother, I know your father. What can they do for you and all that? Don't talk about it. Treat everybody with respect and all with equality in the classrooms. And you know, see the students' characteristics. There are, though today, no, when we were students, we were different. But today, as he was insisting, the next gen learners, they have lots of problems they are discussing. Other day when I was in Chaitanya school, Sharai, the principal was telling me about a particular student who was talking to her friends about the mother and father who are separated. 4th standard student talking about the separation of the parents today. That is how they know. You know, see that? So that means you have to counsel them. You have to give lots of guidance to the students, right? That means you have to find out the characteristics of each and every student and then should have a commitment to have personalized instruction. It needs lot of commitment on the part of the teachers, right? And then assess the target students, right? Before that, we have competency level. We know, I think I have to still go further because each student has got a different kind of a practice. According to that, determine the competency. And prepare the list of competency which has to be given to a particular student. List them. This boy is very good in mathematics. This boy is very good in English. This boy is good. Now, I mean, how many of you really, I can give a beautiful example of professional communications in the class itself. How do they start? And how do you prepare them to prepare their CV by the time they leave the portals of your institution? How can they introduce themselves when they talk to somebody? How do you introduce? How do you train them in professional communication itself? It's a need of the hour, and you have to talk to them, right? And you have to also share the competencies with the student before the course starts. You tell them, you call them, hey, you are very good in mathematics, man. You are playing Pokemon. Of course, with that, you can do something new. Or if a student is really competent enough to have gardening, why don't you introduce the mathematical, calculation? Okay, for this, you have to now take 1 plant, 1 meter, that and all that. Mathematics can be introduced in the play game methods. That can be done. So in every subject, you can think of what you call innovations in talking to the students, right? and assess the target students once again. See how they can do it, and you must please construct a learning map for each student and then introduce that in your lesson plan. Submit that to your school principal and make your teachers submit that to you and do that. Right. Now that you have evolved an assessment, provide a personalized instruction. And you can do that using MTSS, multi-tiered support services. MTSS, and then formulate formative feedback. What is formative feedback and what is the summative feedback? You assess a student in the beginning. After your training, what does he do after that formative? And then what is the summative method? And finally, multiple ways of representation. You can choose one student model to another student. Do that. And then various activity. You think of lots of activities. Let them not, confine themselves to the classroom. The four walls of the classroom will not give them anything. They'll be bored. Take them out. Give the activities. And finally, flexible classrooms. Change the classroom, take them out, and personally, every teacher should have the personalized thing, and introduce the active learning strategies. And finally, the personalized learning can be shared with other groups. That's where the collaboration comes, the teamwork comes, and evaluate the master. At the summative level, assess the performance. This is very, very important. When you see, I think afternoon session, you will have that session precisely for mastery of the evaluation. And finally, what are the challenges? Many of you here will tell you, sir, some of our teachers do not want to do this CB at all, right? I think most of you have come across those teachers. They will not even write the lesson plans on the basis of 5E, right? And many will come and say, we don't have time. And some staff will say, please remember, +2 students. Now the management says we have to prepare the students for the examination, so we can't prepare our lesson plan to introduce CBU today. Now the leader has to now take the role. How to manage the management people and how to manage those staff. Yeah. And most of the staff do not understand what is CB. And you have to conduct courses. And some of them will say CB is not relevant to me. And many do not monitor. So as I said, they will say our section heads will take care. Directly, the school leader will not look into those things. And of course, the major stakeholder, the parents, also will object. What is this? Our students are not learning at anything. They are all involved in play game methods, right? So these are the major challenges in your implementation. And finally, by way of epilogue, I would like to say, implementing and initiating the CBE is not an easy task. You have to start from the grassroots level. I would like to complete my keynote address with a quotation from John F. Kennedy. Don't ask what the country has done to you. Ask what you have done. My dear loving school leaders, ask yourself what you have done to your members of the staff and students to introduce CBE and make them skill-based students to contribute to the nation building. I wish you all the best in learning more things in this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for truly inspiring us with your Rajendra Prasad, sir, to honor him with memento and shawl.
Morning all. Vanakkam. Thank you. It's been I love this particular topic because this has been very closely associated with me for the last 25 years. I come from a management and medical and psychiatry background. Also associated with schools. For 10 years, I was part of SSA Tamil Nadu, working with teachers, specifically to addressing children with specific learning disability. I also run an institute. It's called Helix Open School, catering to children with dyslexic, dysgraphic, attention deficit children, and autistic. Now, the kind of experience coming from a background where also had some kind of challenges during the school days, I thought, okay, after doing a management program, I thought let me shift to the area of education, which I thought very, very important, and that too children of the 21st century is quite intelligent. Unfortunately, the system is not allowing them to explore their intelligence as much as what they wanted to do. That's the reason I just wanted to have a small setup to understand the children's learning ability and how to maximize their potential. See, maximizing their potential is the key part of any education institution. So in this regard, emotional intelligence plays a very important role. As you all are aware, whatever the mark you have, whatever the distinctions you have, end of the day, if you are not emotionally strong, nothing is going to help the younger generation. I come with very few statistics which is not good to hear, but still I wanted to share those information. The year 2024 started with a very bad note for the IITians. In IIT Chennai alone we had 4 suicides, and the 2 suicides, the notes were not encouraging. It all said, I have no one to discuss. That's a very unfortunate last letter that's been written by those 2 students. I have no one to discuss. After studying all those years for 21 years or 24 years, if a person is stating that I don't have anyone to discuss, now what sort of an environment that we are producing, or what sort of the environment that we are giving to the children? Same thing, 2015 World Economic Forum. Every year the World Economic Forum comes together to discuss about various challenges about the world, wherein all the leaders, politicians, activists and educationalists come together to understand what are the changes that's been required for the next 10 years. So in 2015, they discussed about 3 challenges that are going to pose significant impact to the next generation children. The first challenge was political unrest. We all see that. We are seeing 2 wars being waged now. You people are aware of only 2 wars because it's been reported in the media quite often. Otherwise, there are 67 wars are present in the world that the world is going through. War is not a good sign, especially in war, conflict. The children are most affected. Second challenge of the world is climate change. As we all know, climate change poses a significant challenge again on mental health. Third disaster in waiting is called the loneliness. The World Economic Forum said loneliness is going to be the disaster for the 21st century. And I'm sure everyone will agree, loneliness is creeping in our home. You 4 people are inside the home, but still you are not discussing because we are very much engaged with our own self, with the cell phone. So that is also called loneliness. When we talk about loneliness, emotional intelligence plays a very important role there. Why children are lonely? Why they love to be lonely? They love to be lonely. Please underline that word. They don't want to interact with us. And second thing, is boredom is important for a child, or you have to keep the child engaged every moment. This is the question I just wanted to ask the leaders, like, is boredom as important or not? Yes. Are the school is allowing boredom? You want every minute a child to be engaged, yes? So if you want the child to be engaged every minute, then you are creating a disaster for the child. You are not making them to understand how important a boredom is. Boredom helps for three things. The first thing is, it makes the child to understand their emotional intelligence. When they are bored, they try to understand themselves. That's the best part of the child's life. Second thing, boredom is the greatest thing to happen to a child where he is going to be creative. Boredom allows them to be creative. And boredom allows them to explore the new world. So boredom is key for life. So if that is the case, how much important this emotional intelligence been given in your lesson plan? End of the day, doctor talked about it. See, today, I think almost 50% of the principal, in some way I have connected, so I'm happy to see them all. When I ask the teachers or the principal head, why is that you are giving so important to lesson plan? Because at the end of the day, today teachers are giving importance only to the lesson plan. They are very much interested to complete only the lesson plan, not the other side of it. Then what is the purpose of lesson plan? It gets defeated. It's completely get defeated. We talk about Bloom's taxonomy. We want all our children to be up in the thinking pyramid. Whether the lesson plan gives an opportunity for all those 6 areas? I don't think so. So there are a lot of gaps that need to be addressed. That's where competency-based education plays a very, very important role. Let's all move away from the conventional part of what's been learning and let's think about certain things. I love this one statement, the educated person is one who, when needs, knows where to obtain knowledge from and thus how to implement that knowledge, action and produce opportunity to reach desired result from it without violating the rights of others. Now, this is what education is all about. Second thing I wanted you to understand, education should not create fear in the minds of students or youngsters. Today, what education is doing is, it's inculcating only fear. Yes? The silence. As a leader, you have to open up whether the education is creating fear or not. 99% still the child is not happy with the mark. It's a fear.
Child is happy.
Good. The management is not happy.
What is one of the criteria for success?
If that is the case, I'm sorry, I deny that. Because today, all the universities are started to change the way of selecting the students. They are in the process. That's what the Vice Chancellor talked about. The change leaders are starting now. See, there is a situation that's happening that people are not aware. The company Titan, see, I'm part of a school system. I work with Knowledge Institute as a mentor for them. Then for Kumaraguru College, PSG, I am a board of study member. Bharatiyar University, I am a board of study. So I'm with school system, higher education. I work for SMEs and I work with corporates. With Titan, Britannia and ITC, Zoho. Zoho, as you all know, they are now directly taking the children from 12th standard. That's it. They don't want them to get into university at all. HCL has come out with a concept. Titan has already done it. So we train the children straight away after 12th standard they go to. So marks after a point of time is not going to have a value. Maybe for few institutions it's going to have. Higher education has taken a different aspect. SOP is becoming an order of the day. Statement of purpose, as rightly said by the professor in the chief guest keynote address, we have to make the child to understand how to write an SOP. SOP comes with a lot of emotion, because SOP is not what you have scored your marks. It's all about how consistently you have done certain things in your life in the last 10 years or so. So SOPs are asked now in 12th standard. It's not in higher education. They ask in 12th standard. 11th and 12th children have to write an SOP if they want to get into a good university. So things are changing now. So our children are ready for writing those things. Because when you want to write an SOP, it comes with a lot of emotional aspect of it. So with this note, let me show you, I want all of you to list your emotion. 9:30 you came in, 9:30 you are inside this hall, almost now 2 hours. Kindly list your emotion. Hello? It will not be one emotion. Definitely it will not be one emotion. I want all of you to list your emotions. Let's see whether we are able to at least list the emotion. That's the problem. When we are not able to list the emotion, now how is that the teacher, you are going to communicate to the teacher, or how the teacher is going to understand the emotion of a child? Whether he is distressed, whether he is happy, or whether he is curious. There's so many things. So I want you to just list out at least 4 or 5 emotions that you have encountered in the last 2 hours. You have to just list out, because it's your personal. I don't want to get into your personal things. But just list out. I see many of you are hesitant also.
Secrecy.
That's what I said. I never wanted you to express that to me like. I just wanted you to list out the emotion, what you have went through in the last 2 hours. That's it. I personally feel this is important, like, because children go through a lot of emotional challenges as they move on to one class to other. Post-COVID has created high emotional aspect. Now, why we come to a school, like, why a child need to come to a school? End of the day, I thank Usha Ramakrishna ma'am. She has allowed me to use her research paper. She's our mentor. See, end of the day, a child has to come to a school for only these 2 purposes. It's not for the mark. It's not for the mark at all. They have to come to the school to get their self-esteem high. If the self-esteem is not high, of course, they are going to, whatever the mark they have, whatever the success they have, if they are not going to value that, it's not having any importance at all. So always, whether they score or they don't score, their self-esteem need to be on the higher side. Are we giving importance to that self-esteem? And second, if you say no, rethink. The second thing, what sort of a value that we are going to give to the child? Because values are very, very important end of the day. Values are changing also. Value system is changing. What is the value that you uphold? It's not the same for the 21st century or to the alpha generation. Those children who are born in after 2014 are called as alpha generation. The Gen Zs are already into the market. Do you know what is the typical behavior of a Gen Z? If you write a long email to them, asking for explanation, you will get a wonderful reply. Thank you, noted.
Text message, okay.
Okay. No regards, yours faithfully, yours truly, all the statements are gone. So how are you going to view these things from the next generation life? Because they are very flat, they are very clear. Yes, I have understood all those things. I will come back to you within a short time. You be patient. That's all. But we coming from a XY generation, we expect lot of explanation for each and every statement. That's not going to happen. That's never it's going to happen. So a lot of emotional aspects are also changing. So this self-esteem and values, if you want to strongly inculcate, there are these areas are we looking at. General health, your sensory, your movements, your cognitive, Your learning and understanding of memory, interact with people, that's called social, emotional. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. All these 8 areas of development need to be concentrated. For a moment, I want you to answer, out of all these 8 areas, after 6th standard, say after 6th standard, the secondary education. Now, which are the areas you are giving concentration? I want the leaders to be very brutally honest. Cognitive. Okay? Cognitive, again, not to the extent of what cognitive means. Like cognitive is to make them to think. It's called not only higher order thinking, we also talk about creative and critical and all the other things. Okay, I agree. Cognitive, you are giving importance. What are the other areas the importance are given? Emotional, after 6th standard? Yes, is that in the lesson plan? Then how can you say it's you are giving importance? Or do you have any sessions for emotional intelligence? See, life skills are different. Please don't get confused again with saying life skill is all about talking about emotional. Even if you talk about life skill, how many hours it's been given there? That's the problem. That's the issue. One period, 45 minutes or 30 minutes addressing on an emotional aspect. And which part of the emotional aspect were we addressing in that 45 minutes? That's we don't have clarity on all those things. Now, that's becoming a challenge for a child also, because 40 in a class, 30 in a class, it's not a small number. Definitely it's not a small number. Today you have inclusive also. You are practicing inclusiveness. At least the board says that you have to practice inclusiveness. Is there? How many psychologists you are having? How many special educators are there? One psychologist in a school for 2,000 people. Do you think it is possible to address all of them? Never. It's not possible. So that is the state of our system still. Because we still think psychologists, school social workers, special educators are not required. Actually, it's not so. The numbers are increasing. When I did my research, when I completed my research, it was 5% in 95. In 2002, it was 7%. Now we say it's 12 to 15%. 12 to 15% of the children are some way are affected in various other challenges. So those children are also inside the class. Look at the diversity of the class that we are having. So that's where this emotional challenges becomes very important. Like unless otherwise, if you're not giving importance to emotion, it's going to hamper them. Let's see this video. Okay, these are some of the statistics. I just don't want to get into the statistics. You can see here, mental health category after post-COVID has increased by 25%. 25% post-COVID. Anxiety disorder, depression, school dropouts are on the increase, and I'm sure everybody would have encountered. Every week to my counseling room at all, I am seeing more than 25 to 30 parents every week on emotional challenges. So you can see the importance that need to be given in a school when it comes to the emotional aspect of it. Okay, look at the other aspects, which is very key. Depression, anxiety and school dropout. In that, you can see the increase of anxiety and depression. It's not good for the economy also. For the world economy or the India being saying that we will achieve 5 trillion and we are going to be the developed country, this is not a good sign. Definitely it's not a good sign. So what are the measures that's been taken? If a child has an anxiety problem, okay, you send them to a doctor. The doctor gives you the prescription and he says that yes, the child has a kind of an anxiety disorder or a depression or a school dropout. What are the emotional emotional support that need to be given to the child? No, we don't have time. We don't have time to see all those things. How many parents are definitely going will be interested to go to a psychologist again? No, nobody will be interested. because the word psychology itself still a myth or still a kind of a stigma in our society. When you say go to a psychologist, what is the first reaction? Am I mental? Still the word is not changing. We are in 21st century, we are using the same word. Psychology is all about human behavior. That's it. Nothing more than that. So we have to go far ahead to reach out to the parents and teachers about the concept of mental health. Let's look at this video to understand what's happening inside our brain, so that this competency plays. Thanks to Harvard University for providing such a wonderful material for us, because today the neuroscience is becoming an integral part of any educational system. If a teacher or a leader does not understand the neuroscience language, then we will not be able to understand the process of learning that's happening inside the brain. End of the day, everything, whatever it happens here. So this video plays a very important role. It talks about the early experience that need to be given to a child. When does the early experience happens? Early experience? Yeah, in the womb itself. In the womb itself. Then when the child comes out, what is the first emotion that we are cry? Cry is the first emotion. Then just move on in the development. So it's not that emotion means when they start to talk or then when they come to school. The emotional understanding or the emotional regulation that we talk about self-regulation. Do you have any idea of when does the self-regulation need to be taught to a child? Self-regulation. Now what is self-regulation? Any idea what is self-regulation? Postponing, following the rules and regulations are some of the key importance of self-regulation. There is a marshmallow experiment conducted in 1948. Marshmallow experiment. Still it is there in the YouTube. You can just go and watch that wonderful research by the psychologist. Marshmallow experiment. Children are called inside a room and they were given marshmallow. Marshmallow is sweet. Okay? The teacher will say, till the time I just come inside, you are not supposed to eat the marshmallow. These children were continuously followed for next 20 years. 20 years is one of the longest research in psychology. For 20 years they followed and they found the children who immediately took the marshmallow and started eating that's called, they were not having that regulation. That regulation is what? Postponing certain things and again waiting for things to happen, then following the rules and regulation. That's important for a child. When they grow up, they have to follow lots of rules and regulation. School is about also, lots of rules and regulation. Every time we give instruction, they have to follow. That's where you find some of the children, they don't follow the rules and regulation. Why it's so? Because it was not taught to them when they were young. So regulation, you people have to really teach them. From which age you can start teaching the regulation? Any idea? Any idea? 2 years? 3 years? Think about your own childhood, or if you have graduates, definitely, and all of you would have had the child. It happens. It's feeding time. Then once the child starts crawling, all these things are happening. The regulation and all the things are starting. So when they are very young itself, the regulation has to be taught to them or need to be trained them. But again, unfortunate when I look into the system, the regulations are becoming so stringent, so that the child are being taught how to break it. It's not how to follow it, they learn how to break the rules and regulation. Now this is where we as a teacher or we as a leaders have to understand the component of, or we call it as competency of self-regulation at a young age. Otherwise, those 6 areas, the areas of visual, emotion, behavioral control. I hope you remember those 6 areas. Behavioral control. What is behavioral control? Now you are controlling your behaviors, yes? Huh? Definitely. Yeah. So you are controlling your behavior. So this behavior control is important for this particular period of thing there, for the session or for the entire day. Like, so that behavioral control automatically happens to a child as they grow. Like, but we have to insist and we have to teach them how it's going to play a very important role when they move on in their life. Because in life they have to wait. The patients are very important, and end of the day, everything they cannot get at instant, like that immediate gratification. We talk about immediate gratification. Today's children have the serious issue. They want everything to happen immediately. That immediate gratification is a problem of the child is not being trained in self-regulation. See what is happening in the brain, like if you are giving exposure and experience, the neurons get strengthened. If you are not going to give experience and is being left out, there is more a possibility where it gets pruned. So we don't know how many areas are getting pruned. Like once it gets pruned, it will not again come back. Some other areas will become strengthened. That's where we say from the young age you have to give a consistent experience in all the areas. In all the areas. Now which are the areas? I showed you, like all these areas need to be given importance. So please understand, leaders, these are all key important development for a child. You can't just keep one development on the higher and leaving out the other developments. Like development happens, the brain development, the first development of the brain completes at the age of 6.5. They say 6 to 7. 6 to 7, 85% of the brain just gets completed and the child is ready to forgo. And after that, the second development of the brain still continues. That's where you learn new languages. That's where you learn new techniques, new skills. You have learned WhatsApp, yes. You have learned WhatsApp. Now you are going to learn artificial intelligence. If that is the case, your neurons are there. It's getting connected. The new wiring is happening. If you are not giving that experience to the child, then unfortunately they are missing out on certain things and they are not readily available to take up all the stress that's going to come in future. In emotional intelligence, we are not only talking about stress. We are talking about how happy a child should be. Whether a child is happy coming to school, yes, most of them, for the reason is not to study, it's to socialize. They come to school for socializing. For socializing, yes, they are happy. But most of the children, otherwise, they are not happy when they open the book. Now, what is the reason then? Then we have all the other developments which is not being followed or which not being given strength like. So that's where my only request would be, kindly adhere to all these 8 developments so that end of the day, a child will be emotionally strong. Emotionally will be ready to face the challenges that have been posed by the external environment. Today we have to talk about politics to the children, which is very important. When I was young, I thanked to my school, it talked about politics and how important we have to understand politics. Today politics has been taken out of the school system at all. Emotionally, how are the 6 areas, the factors that's affecting the entire business? One, they say pestle analysis. In industry, we call it as pestle analysis. P-E-S-T-L-E. P is political, E is economical, T is technology, P-E-S, S is social, T is technology, P-E-S-T, again L is legal, and E is environmental. All these 6 factors need to be given experience to the child when after 6th to 7th and 8th, 9th and 10th standard. Otherwise, they are ill-equipped. We call it as they are ill-equipped in the area of these skills. So when they come out to the college, they feel they have been left out. So the school education is not just only for 12th standard. We are preparing them to face the external world in a different environment like. And today, after the NEP that's going to be implemented, I think colleges have started in NEP now. My daughter who just completed her program from Bangalore, Mount Carmel, was the first batch to go through the NEP. Science students should go through commerce subjects. The students should be ready for all this inter programs and multidisciplinary programs, interdisciplinary and multidisciplinary. So you cannot say that a child should study only these aspects. Like, for that the child should be also ready. If he has to be ready, then this emotional parts again comes in. Otherwise the child will say, no, I can't, and they start resisting. Today you cannot resist. You have to be very open in your, particularly when it comes to educational aspect. Suppose if you are not understanding this, let's look at the second video, what is happening to the child. See, this is where understanding again of the brain plays important. There are only few areas for reasoning and for learning. When they are stressed out, unfortunately in the brain it touches the learning and the reasoning area. If the child is consistently from the young age, if he is stressed out because of various reasons, because of the parental pressure, because of the school pressure, peer pressure, there's so many pressures are there. If they are put under pressure, you can get the best of the best environment, still the child fails. Why? Because unfortunately the chemical compositions touches the reasoning part and the learning part. That's the reason we say that when you are stressed out, please give them a time. Give them a time frame. If the child is really stressed out, nothing wrong if they are not writing that exam for that particular. You can keep the exam immediately the next month, or if it is ready, you can give those options. Giving those options are very, very important. And today children are in fifth standard, we all know the girl children are getting the menstrual cycle now. Menstrual cycle creates lot of mood swing to the children. See, 5th standard, 10-year-old children will not understand what's happening with the body changes. During those time, I'm happy that very recently I saw a CBSE board talking about the menstrual cycle aspect of the child, and it has given an instruction. I don't know whether it's a standing instruction as a come out as a GO or I don't know, but I just read it in the newspaper addressing to the principals. If the child is going through that period, you people have to really take care and please give them the option of even taking the exam at a later point of time. That's a good sign. If that's been implemented, I will be the happiest person, because I have 2 daughters. I know what sort of a pain they go through. When they have the periods, literally the back pain, particularly the back pain and the stomach, it all irritates for them, and for 4 to 5 days of mood swing will be always there. I'm sure the ladies will understand these things. You are going through. So that is the kind of concern that we have to give to a child when it comes to emotional aspect of it. So it's not only the study part we are talking about. We are talking about other areas of mood changes that's been reflecting upon. They listen to so many things. They view so many things. All these informations are going to hit them. With those information only they are going to attend the classes. Like, if you are not giving any chances for discussion and deliberation, today discussions and deliberations are not taken. Unfortunate. I don't know how many schools are opting for it. Discussions and deliberation. Discussions and deliberations are part of the child's emotional understanding. Because 45 minutes you have to run through the class, the teacher keeps on talking or showing some videos like this. With that, the child has to take some note. There is no way of communicating to the teacher at all. Then what sort of a class is then? How you are sitting here and listening to me, it's the same happens in the classroom also. Right? At the end of the day, you get irritated. You get bored. If that is going to consistently happen for 8 periods, then think of the child's mood at the end of the day. Small things can be introduced in the classroom. So it's not just 2 minutes. The 2 minutes you can see, if you neglect the child, what sort of a damage that's been created in the stress level or in the emotional level. As the children are young, we are very fond of them, we play with them, and we do all sort of interactions with them. But unfortunately, when they come to first standard, second standard, and third standard, that's the cut that happens between a parent and a child. Even in a school, that's becoming worse. Like, okay, when the children are in LKG and UKG or in pre-KG, all the bubbling teachers, they do a lot of dances, they work with them so enthusiastically. With that kind of an experience, they come to the first standard. But when they come to the first standard, everything changes. Everything changes. Suddenly they have to sit in a class with all sort of rules being posed to them. They can't smile. Every time they have to hear is silence, silence and silence. What sort of a silence we are talking about when they are in school? Like, silence is not the medicine for me. Like, silence is the worst thing that can happen to a child when the child need to interact with people. Like, social development plays a highly an important role in emotional engagement. When children are playing, when children are really working with their own peers, they learn the conflict management. They learn how to communicate. They literally learn what sort of a way that they can show the gestures. The gestures are improved. Their body language gets improved. If these things are not being given in the classroom, where else? You can't just keep life skills classes and say like, okay, 7 days you learn the life skill. It's not chemistry or a physics to learn in a subject in a period of time. It is emotion. Emotion cannot be taught just by period, like, or by saying 45 minutes I will give charge, in 45 minutes you laugh, 45 minutes you cry, and 45 minutes you do whatever nonsense you want. No, that's not the way you teach emotion. Emotion comes from a child and it goes through it from morning to evening. Like, so he might have had the worst day that night. He might have got up early in the morning with some kind of very disturbed dream. Like, those are the things will affect. So my only request would be in the lesson plan. See, in my school I did an experiment. I gave them basic 30 emotions. Basic 30 emotions printed as I have given to you all in a print. What I have done is I have printed the emotions separately. Happy in a separate, like a postcard, not even a postcard, visiting card. Happy, sad, the common emotions that a child goes through in a day. So 30 emotions are given to the child, and I will ask the child end of the afternoon session to go to the teacher and give the emotional card to the teacher. In the initial phase, the teachers felt, sir, this is going to disturb us. That was the reaction from the teacher. So if you're going to allow this, this will disturb us. I said, then think of a child. How much disturbed they would have been like. So that was 3 years I did the research in my school, and it made a wonderful understanding between a teacher and a student. So you can introduce such things in your school, like give them the basic emotions. Every day let them exchange with the teachers. And teachers should also know, yes, a child can get upset, nothing wrong there. The child can also get bored. The teacher may be a great teacher. He would have done the wonderful justice to the class, but still the child is getting bored. Accept that boredom, nothing wrong. So if you are not able to understand the level of the challenges that you are going through, I'm sorry, then these areas does not play any role at all, because you are just going to keep studying, they are going to get marks, and end of the day, if the marks are not there, 98.51% in JEE Advanced, do you think the child will get into NIT Trichy? Into the BTech exam, BTech Computer Science? No. Maybe he will get chemical. He might get chemical. This year in PhD college, 100 in BCom. PhD college have 60 seats in BCom in aided and 60 seats in corporate secretaryship program. One of my friend's daughter scored 98.79%. So she was happy. She thought definitely she will get into the program. Since I am into the board of studies, I know what is the status of the numbers that the PhD has. So I asked the parent to inform her very early, inform them she might get it. I know very well she will not get it, but we can't disappoint the child. So prepare her before going to the counseling. So the whole day they started preparing her. She was inside the hall. The first thing was said, okay, people who scored 400 out of 400, those cut off like 400 out of 100, she got 398. Her score was 398 out of 400. Like out of 400, 42 children they stood. 400 out of 400. Then 399, 62 children. Almost the batch is over. What is the fault of a child? Luckily we prepared her that 48 hours that she will not be getting into the program. So she was ready for an alternative. That's important. Any course that plays an important. So if you want to really understand, look at this case study that we do it in our school life. This case study plays a very important role. We check every area so that to see how the child is getting emotionally disconnected or emotionally it gets engaged, which is very important. Look at the areas, the same 8 areas. Physically, he is hygiene and is regular in sleep pattern and does not have any problem here. So his physical health he doesn't have a problem. Sensory area, no sensory challenges. Self-care, he is independent, is doing his daily work, so no issues here. Motor, he plays actively, no challenges in the motor area. Sense of self, you can see. Here the child has a problem, so that will reflect in social skills and that may affect the understanding also. So if you are not able to connect these areas, you will not be able to understand what is the reason the child is emotionally disturbed. Now this is where I want all of you people to kindly re-look into your lesson plan. This lesson plan re-looking is an order of the day wherein all these 8 areas need to be concentrated to understand the emotional point of the child. The last thing which I wanted to inform you is Harvard Gardner's multiple intelligence. The one solution that can take care. If you are able to create the zones, every school has an infrastructure, no doubt about it. But we are not integrating the multiple intelligence into the classroom subjects like rightly said by the Vice Chancellor. Gardening has mathematics, gardening has again science, gardening has geography, gardening has physics. A child might be very good in environmental, that's called naturalistic intelligence. If a child is very good in naturalistic intelligence, why do you want to deny that in the school? Through art, CBSE says art-based art integration is important. But how much of art integration means it's not just drawing, please understand. It's not drawing. I'm saying most of the school says art integration, yes we have drawing. Fine arts which has more than 30 to 35 or more than 60 different form of art. All those art integration, whatever it is possible need to be given to the child so that from art you can learn maths. From art learn. Alfred Fisher was one of the most important study that you people have to do. From art, how he has integrated mathematics into classrooms like beautiful. I have seen this in Jittu Krishnamurti school, JK school in Pune and Rishi Valley, all where they have integrated art into math curriculum, art into physics, art into chemistry. This is how it has to be connected. Otherwise, children gets bored of doing it in one way. Maybe to to finish the context, idli, okay, idli, it's a common food. Can you teach idli and maths? Yes. Idli and physics? Idli and chemistry? Idli and history? Idli and English? Idli and economics? Then why are you not doing this? Why are we not doing this? Because children might have a different kind of an exposure or a different kind of an intelligence. Through that they can study. It's not that the way only the linguistic and logical is the way of studying. But unfortunately our system is more towards linguistic and logistical. There are other areas. Musical is there, interpersonal is there, intrapersonal is there, kinesthetic, design program. Design program. Today 80,000 people are wanted in India for design program. Unfortunately, none of the schools talks about the design program. Very few school talks because still we think design means it does not have money. Today design program, My God, the average salary is 40,000, the highest salary is 3.5 lakhs for design program. So this is one way that emotional intelligence literally can be taken care. Okay, the key component, what you have to do is, this is the competency we talk about. Self-awareness should be a component of every day. It's not self-awareness in 1 month. Just do a life skill program and talk about the self-awareness. Self-awareness is every day. So every day a 5 minutes or a 10 minutes discussion on the self-awareness. Second, I call it as self-management, is called self-regulation. That also need to be taught to the child. If self-regulation is not being taught to the child or not being trained, means children will have 3 problems. One, they cannot get along in a job. Frequent changes will be there in the job. They cannot get along with the married life, and end of the day they cannot rear the child. See the consequence of self-regulation in their lifetime. So self-regulation plays a very important role. As a school teacher, please involve this component. Social awareness, relationship management, and of course the interpersonal. Don't again say, please, this is part of our life skill program. I don't want, this name has to be removed now, life skill program and all. It should be part of your daily lesson plan. Every teacher should at least spend 1 minute to 2 minutes of time in the lesson plan, so that then and there they can have a kind of a discussion and deliberation, so the children feel, okay, this child, this teacher is great, I can go to her and she is there to listen to me and I will solve all my problems like that. The kind of school system that's required. Okay, some of other things, embedded academic subjects is important, skill development structured training program, assessment and feedback for EI, teacher training. First important is teacher need to be trained in the area of emotional understanding, otherwise it cannot be reflected. The last one is creating a supportive environment wherein children comes from a different culture. Of course, through culture only they learn emotions. Through culture they learn emotion. We say we are in 21st century. How did you bring up a girl child and a boy child? Do you discriminate? Or you give them the same kind of approach to both of them?
No.
So what do you do in the young age when you start interacting with your girl child? What are the things you are saying with regard to emotion? Should not be anger. Then should adjust. Do you think 21st children will do all this thing? Only boys should adjust now. Huh? There is an advertisement that recently it has come out in the media. You can see that. That's culturally changing. Magic Chef. The advertisement is Magic Chef. Usually, who will go to see the like when all the marriage stuff happens? Girl writers. No, it's an opposite now. The girl will go to see the boy's home, and the girl will ask, see, one thing I will not do in my life, that is called cooking. Are you ready for that? Immediately the mother-in-law will say, my son is well prepared for that. Then the mother will ask, the girl will ask, how is it possible? Now come, I will show you a product that's called Magic Chef. The Magic Chef machine will cook for the person. 100 items are pre-programmed. So the boy will cook and the girl will eat. This is the change. So children have to get ready for all these things. So no more that boys can be, emotions cannot be taught in a different way, or girls cannot be. It's going to be the same. So let's understand this. Technology is going to play a very, very important role in understanding emotion. Now you all have your emojis, yes? Emojis are there? Yes. Huh? Come on, choose the emoji for the 2 sessions. Hey, you can send it to someone. You can send it to your own group also. Are you all aware of what is the meaning for all those emojis?
Not all.
But the next generation children are aware of what is the meaning for emojis. So they are going to talk in a different language. So that's where teachers should know how to involve technology to learn emotional understanding. The last part, okay, that's what we do. You have that channels. It's there or I can go?
Reopen it in another file.
Yeah, you just do it. I'll just conclude with that. When a child is disturbed, how you can really make a difference in their life when you understand their multiple intelligence, and that can take care of their emotional intelligence. I'll just show you a case study and I'll complete. Charan was thrown out of school for various reasons for not performing in academics. Charan was from Pondicherry. He was 12 years old. When he was thrown out, 5 schools said, we cannot handle these children. End of the day, he started the journey into 2011 with me. So in the initial phase, I identified the child is having a lot of behavioral issues, lot of challenges in academics, and because of the not aware, that awareness was not there with the child, with the parent or with the school life. When I assessed him, we showed a lot of interest in different types of art and other play, theatre. Since he comes from Pondicherry, he was introduced to theatre and art in a much younger age. So the child was very interested in that. When I identified, I said, Charan, please go to the art room. Your art room will be for 2 to 3 hours, 2 to 3 periods every day, and 5 periods will be for your academics. That sort of a flexibility we have to think of in your lesson plans. 2012, the second year, you can see the changes. Are you able to see some kind of improvement happening with the child? Yeah. 2013, we decided, yes, this child will pursue fine arts as a subject. 2004, we gave them various other materials in the form of art. So he started learning, Charan. He started learning bamboo craft, was pursuing the study also. Now from going to an art room is no more just learning art, it is also learning the subject also. Subject teachers were part of the art room, and that's how the emotional aspect also was taken care. So different art was taught to him, yes. By then, the child was ready with all these areas, child theatre, into various other plumbing, electrical, your Salem, animation, everything was introduced to him. 2015, 2016, wall painting was introduced. That's the school. In my school, what I do is, every year, 10th and 12th standard children will get a wall, they have to paint and they have to go. So that's going to be their memory. When all the other people, guest comes, they will ask who has done this. That's a part of an emotional support is being given to the child. That's the first art he did. Second one, then it's all done. He went to the college, he selected BFA, Bachelor of Fine Arts from Kebin College, Madras. That's a government college, 2 government colleges in Tamil Nadu. He got selected. Out of 700 people, he came out 7 in the ranking, but had a problem, but had a learning issues, had a lot of learning issues. Came back to 2022, he completed his program, came back to the school, and he drew this picture. This picture is communicating something to all of you? This picture is communicating? Look at this area. Sometimes we are giving too much importance to only books. You are not allowing us to explore. That's his concept. So that's Charan. Today he works in Phantom FX company, India's biggest multinational company. That's the company he works. Have you seen the Ayalan movie? Ayalan, Shivakarthikeyan? Yes. The alien and the ship, the spaceship. The first promo of that VFX was done by him. So, visionary leaders, my only request is kindly spare time for emotional understanding. There are simple aspects are there, which I have already said. Inculcate for change your lesson plan. In lesson plan, every day 2 minutes is important. And then self-regulation, self-awareness is the key part of making the child to understand, not only making the child understand, even for you also. I'm sure all of you are stressed out as a leaders. So first you have to understand your emotional balance. If you are not able to do it, you can't work with your teachers. If you are not, the teachers are not understanding, they are not going to work with it, right? Shall we finish the session with one activity? When I say one, clap once. One. I want everyone to clap, and it should be one sound, okay? One. When I say two, clap twice. Two. When I say four, you are not supposed to clap. One. Two. Three. Some of the students are not listening to me. What should I do? What should I do? Huh?
You can ask them to repeat.
So I didn't say for three what you are not supposed to do. So some of them kept quiet, others started clapping. I don't know. Now evaluate this. So let's do it. For one you are going to clap, two you are going to clap, three you are going to clap. For one once, two twice, three thrice. For four you are not supposed to clap. 1, 2, 3, 4. So still we have 4 students who are hyperactive. So this is how we have labeled children like. So let's not label anyone. Let's not discriminate everyone. All children are equal. They have equal potential. Understand their emotion. Marks will follow. Marks will follow. Thank you very much for the association for giving me this wonderful opportunity. I'm sure I would have made some sense into all of you in the emotional part. Thank you, Rajendra sir. Nice meeting you. Thank you, Professor. And thank you all the members of the committee for giving this wonderful opportunity. All the best. See you soon in somewhere, someplace.
I request Aarti sir to honor him with shawl and ribbon.
Yeah, good afternoon all school leaders. Great. So hope you guys had a great sessions previously. I was amused by the first session, and the second one was about emotional. So now this session is about, it's going to be a very tiny session, about 15 minutes max, and it's going to be about reinventing education. Any guess what it could mean? Why do we have to reinvent education? Even after the morning session, do you feel education has to be reinvented hereafter? So, good that you have come to a mindset that education has to be reinvented, not something that everyone accepts. Because I've traveled multiple schools for the past 3 years with psychologists and people where they are ready to come to this topic where I think you guys went forward than my talk. So, yeah, presentation. Do you remember the year? Do you remember the number 2020? What comes to your mind when I say 2020? COVID. Okay, nobody thinks about the new education policy. That's good. You all think about COVID more than new education policy. Anything else for 2020? What? Finally, somebody said that. So about the vision of 2020, are we there really? Nowhere. We are so far away from what the vision was, right? So I thought 2020 was the year I graduated. So I thought something has to change, and then I repacked my vision into education completely. Can go forward. The next slide, it's not working. Next one. What really happened in 2020? Let's come back to COVID topic itself. What happened in COVID to the students? So you accept that, right? students went to digital, pure digital. They lost their connections with any physical interaction of teaching. They went to the digital world, where they realized digital could teach more than physical teachers. Do you agree on this? Yes? Partial, good. At least partial, good. So, this digital technology led them to learn anything they want. It allowed them to learn or know information more than that was required, definitely. And also, they attended exams and assignments purely online. They didn't have any papers, no books, nothing. Everything was e-books. The concept of e-book came out in 2020. And about the LMS. Hope you all know what LMS means, right? The learning management system came up there. Next slide. So, but we know students got digitalized, but what are we doing in schools till now? Using books, papers, and chalk and talk. How many of you think students are going to accept this again? This kind of environment have started making them avoid schools, because at home they get to access any kind of technology, know more things than they have in their books. And suddenly when they come back to schools, they are back at books, papers, and chalk and talk. So for this, we have been seeing this for the last 2 years when I went through multiple schools. Students start to hate schools just because school is all about books. They don't have any kind of technology touch in schools, and they want mobile phone access in schools, which is not that easy, but they want to learn, they want to keep learning. That was their kind of vision about what school was that they saw during COVID. And with that thought, we introduced Mango VR 2 years ago. So as morning we were seeing the series of Apple, now we are starting the series of Mango. And in this, Mango VR was built with the thought that students should not only learn, but they have to visualize, experience, and learn. So we all know what's the best teacher from our proverb. Experience is the best teacher that we say. It's not about just seeing or reading. Maybe people who can learn visual will go with that, but there are students who love to experience. They want to work it so that they understand. If you just simply teach them or write it down or ask them to copy it down from a slate or whatever it is, they're not going to take it up. Maybe they'll write it down, but their sense of learning is not up to the mark with the words. So that's why we introduced this Mango VR, where it lets students to visualize and then experience it and then learn. So how do you feel when you just imagine, let's say you're learning about the concept of Earth and Earth's structures. Imagine going and telling to a 11-year-old saying that inside Earth there is fire. Do you think they're going to believe it? Imagine saying such things, and let's say you're bringing it a bit more upper surface that how earthquake occurs. It is due to tectonic plates. How are they going to visualize tectonic plates? It's not something you can just open and see once they reach home. They want to visualize it somehow. And that's what Mango VR lets. It allows them to see it and then connect it how the movements of such things are going to cause earthquake and a lot. Yeah. So now, as I've said, a lot of things you gotta visualize, experience, and learn. The next question is how? Take a look. So you have seen a small glimpse about what Mango VR is. Before, I'm really happy to see familiar faces over here, people who have tried Mango VR and people who are already using Mango VR at their schools. I'm really happy to see them over here. And so, what Mango VR helps you to do is, it helps teachers to reduce their repetitive teaching. It's really hectic to see teachers repeating one concept again and again to those special category students, to those 5 students. It's really hard, and for that, the lesson plan itself, they have to extend it because they could plan for 3 days and they have to do it for 7 days. When teachers are busy doing that, we thought, why don't we let technology do it for them so that teachers can focus on bringing much more better initiative to students, especially focusing on their emotions and other aspects of life. And then, as we saw in the morning, in this generation, it is very essential to provide individual attention to every student. Imagine single teacher. Why should you even imagine? You are doing it daily. Single teacher supporting 30 different kids, giving individual attention is not an easy task for them. For that, when we introduced Mango VR, the technology itself took care of the particular student itself. It gave an individual attention, so the teachers knew. It gave an idea to the teachers that this particular kid does this, and this particular kid loves to do this. Through this, teachers got a more introspect idea of what the kid wants, and they were able to deliver it to them. And finally, we all want our kids to be unique, right? So giving them a same general learning doesn't work. So you have to give them personalized learning so that they turn out to be unique, and that's what Mango VR is more focusing upon. In our product, you don't watch any videos or lectures. In here, students go to the particular environment, they interact with the world, and then they learn, they communicate with their friends, they get better idea, and they start to innovate. That's the entire focus of Mango VR. And so you could ask, your platform is doing all those things, so what it is made up of? So currently we support the students of grade 5 and 6, 7 is yet to come, and this is completely built based on the NEP of 2020, where we want students to rethink and we want them to innovate. We don't want them to learn. As we have seen the definition of education earlier, it should let students to search what they want, not just sit and know what they have to know for the particular grade. And as I said earlier, this platform is going to be completely of interactive learning. That is, they're going to touch, they're going to work with the elements. They're not going to sit and watch any kind of videos. There's no videos, and learn by doing approach. Same, it goes with the interactive thing. We are already tired of students sitting somewhere and watching a kind of lecture as you guys are doing. How do you feel if I give out an activity right now for you guys to do? Would it be encouraging? Yes. So just imagine students sitting in class and just learning about Pythagoras theorem where they don't get to do any activity regarding to it. So that has to be changed. Because this generation kids, they want to work out with something and then they want to learn. They are not ready for books. So that's why we are fostering this. And these are some of the views of our platform, which lets them to, in one of the ways, they can go to outer space, they can view how space really looks, they can experience space, and then they can interact with the environment, learn about clouds and other features. And this is where they can learn about certain phenomena, about how a seed grows and other things. And guess what? So, how many of your schools are already technologized with smart boards? You can raise your hands. You should be proud actually, you can raise your hands. You're becoming techno teachers. That's good. So if you have a smart board, you can connect our platform with it. So if you want to experience our platform, you can come out during the lunch break. And finally, these are the product of various schools. We have around 80 schools now connected with us. They are working on it, and we are also working with other schools at Salem, Helix, where we are into complete research about how this product is affecting students and what students want out of this. And happy to say something that we are launching Mango VR version 3, where how does learning platform sounds and learning ecosystem sounds. So we are planning to launch a learning ecosystem where it would have assessments and reduce teachers' burdens. That you need not to produce assignments or assessments hereafter. You can focus on multiple other things, and that's what version 3 is focused on. And finally, thank you so much for giving the stage, and this is Mango VR.
1 minute. See, this guy, when he was 14 years, he started the journey into the technology. At the age of 14, he created an app. Okay? The problem was, the schools didn't support him. He said, that's none of your job. There are more scientific people are in the world. They will be doing it. You concentrate on 11th and 12th. 11th and 12th, he passed. He didn't go to the school at all. He was there. Half of the time he will sit at the home. Okay? So then he passed 12th standard. He went to National Engineering College. NEC National Engineer. During the college time, he cracked this technology. When Sir was talking about Apple and Elon Musk, we have somebody like Apple and Elon Musk in our home city also. But the problem is we are not supporting such children. See, what happened with college also, it was very unfortunate. The college didn't support him, so he dropped out of the college. He dropped out of the college, and the last 3 years, literally, this guy is going to all the government schools, private schools, and presenting his product. He has already won the startup award also. Already won the startup award. But moving forward is important. So we have such bright children. We have such bright children who may not be interested only in the marks, but they will be interested in coming out with innovative products. India needs more of innovation because India is becoming more of application-oriented study. Application-oriented study will not help India to grow further. Innovation only will help. So school leaders, think of innovation in your school. Design thinking is one of the important aspects. Thank you.
I request Virat to honor him. Your journey is truly inspiring to all of us.
Good afternoon, everyone. So my name is Abhijit. I traveled all the way from Bangalore, and I'm so glad that I was very fortunate to listen to Professor G.M. Joseph and also Dr. Senthil sir. I very much relate to what you said. So you have done my job so easy. I was just discussing with my colleague Mr. Gnanashekaran that sir is knowing already what we are going to present. I mean something so connecting. So I'm so glad, and what I am going to talk about is something purely related to skills and nothing related to curriculum. Because Professor G.M. Joseph and Senthil Kumar sir has already informed all of you that why blending something like skills along with your curriculum is very important in today's world, right? I'm a principal's son. My mother is a retired principal of a school, and she was very fortunate that she was retired pre-COVID, and you know the reasons for it. She was a old school teacher, so the extreme challenge of adapting to skills, right, and to technology is tough for the old traditions teachers, right? So she was very fortunate at that time. So I am a teacher's son, so you know how much pressure we had to score good marks, because teachers' kids are at highest pressure. And I was a very talkative student. I'll take 2 minutes to introduce. Is that okay? Well, I think we'll talk a lot of concepts for next 10 minutes. I'll take 2 minutes. So I was a very talkative student throughout my life. And I used to get punished for talking. The beauty with today's life of mine is, I get paid for talking today. So I was always so fascinated with my mother teaching that I was always wanting to get into something like training or teaching, right? But I did not know how do I do it. So something structured, and one of my mentor who did this analysis during my college, that if your talking can help somebody else to talk better, why not take it up as a profession, right? So what we schools, do is identify child's interest. I was an average student throughout. My sister is a doctor, so she was very good at academics. I was not. So you know the pressure again, right? So I went into engineering. That's the most common profession today, right? But I'm not an engineer today. I'm an engineering graduate. I have a degree, but I don't practice engineering, right? But if you look at it, there are a lot of doctors who don't practice being a doctor today, right? Because somewhere they lack that they do not belong there. They feel that they don't belong there. So what we schools can do is identify the interest of every child. Dr. Senthil sir rightly mentioned that you have so many opportunities to identify students' interest and how art can be integrated or connected to different subjects, right? So I come from a company called as Kidvento. Kidvento is almost a decade-year-old company. Ulipso is a product which is being developed in the year of 2017. So we are already in association with more than 400 schools as of now, and we have a presence across India and in GCC countries. So we have 3 offices. One is Mysore, Bangalore. We have a corporate office. We have an office in Dubai as well, right? So this is about Ulipso. So to be very brief about what Ulipso, the word means, Ulipso is derived from a Sanskrit word Upalipsu. Upalipsu means desire to learn, right? As we all know that not every student can be very good at academics. Now Dr. Senthil showed me a very beautiful testimonial of a student, right? And we have one person here that how not only academics but something extra also can make it up for for a career as a life. Can you move to the next slide, Pradeep? Right. So why do we need integration of skills along with academics? If you look at the stats, I mean, all the stats will be very known to you, but I just put it on the slide for us to know. Almost 50% plus people are not in the employable stage today. What is the concern? People have a lot of degrees, people have certificates, people have distinction marks. Mind you, I had a lot of friends in my engineering who had first class distinction marks, failed in 5 consecutive interviews only in the HR round. They cleared the toughest technical rounds. They failed to communicate or express who they are. And today, that is the most needed part. You have knowledge, if you cannot transfer it, it's of no use. Why do I respect teachers today? Is because you might be the university rank holder, but if you cannot teach effectively and the student cannot understand what you are teaching, it is of no use. So I think even teaching is an art. It cannot be done by everybody. I know this. It cannot be done by everybody. It is an art, right? So today, if you look at employability and if you look at skills, right, and if you look at why it needs to be done, there are a lot of concerns in this world which needs to be solved, and that's where a solution comes into frame, right? Next, Pradeep, next. So we have different types of skills. We have interpersonal skills, we have professional, we have academic, we have creative, we have technical. We have different types of skills, but as teachers or as principals or as academicians, can we identify what skill each student has? And I always had this challenge wherever I interacted with college students, school students. Everybody sitting in this classroom is blessed with at least one talent. At least one talent. It can be anything. I had a friend, I was so happy to see that artist, right? I had a friend who used to draw a teacher in 1 minute using ballpoint pen. Exact same teacher is there in the book. I was asking him, what are you doing in engineering? But the only thing lacking was, he was not sure that he was good at it. He was expecting somebody else to tell him that you are really good at this, take it up as a profession. No. So most of the time, what students feel is they want a platform and they want a lot of appreciation, telling that you are really good at this, take this up. Mind you, this won't happen. This won't happen, right? So we have different types of skills, identifying becomes a challenge. Next. So what ULIPSO does is, most 3 important points, is we are a global platform curated to explore and master skills. Now what we have done is, in India we don't have a skill curriculum in place. We already have a academic curriculum. Skill learning is not structured in the country, right? If you look at any developed countries, they have a structured skill learning, which means there is an assessment in place. There is something tangible that you can gauge the things through some reports, where you can come to a conclusion that this person is good at this person needs some support in this particular subject. Yes or no? We have extracurricular activities, right? What I was so happy to see that 2 periods are dedicated for art means that you are getting an opportunity to explore. Like not every child plays the same sport, not every child has the same interest, right? Why do we impose one skill on everybody? Because NEP is suggesting skills, right? So most of the schools, what they do is, because you have to implement skills. What is the challenge your school is facing? Resource. CBSE is pushing 33 skills. Can you implement it practically? Not possible. Resources is not possible. It is not even viable for a school to have a data science or design thinking lecturer. Not viable, right? So becoming and considering this challenge, ULIPSO has done a curated content already. And rightly said by Dr. Senthil, that is a SOPs, why universities ask today, right? Through ULIPSO, what happens is, every year a student learns a skill, right? Answers an assessment, does a project which is kinesthetic in nature, something physical. So they learn, they are assessed, and they implement what they learn. At the end of the implementation, they earn a certificate for each skill, right? So this certificate is accredited by STEM.org. Why it is an accreditation? You all know that just a piece of paper will not add value. So STEM.org is accepted in almost 87 countries, so the accreditation will add value to it, right? Thereby adding the skill portfolio of the child, right? So what they'll be doing is 20 plus mini projects in 1 year, 3 capstone projects, and if you look at the last point is the skill report. We will also give them a detailed skill report card of the school skills they choose. So this will be a reflection of what they're really good at, where they need to push more. If they do not like the skill, they can change the skill next year, right? Lastly, new age skills. If you talk about design thinking, if you talk about data science, today the world is running on data. 3 days back, I was in Hyderabad and I'm discussing, something about digital business card, right? My colleague had a digital business card. He just tapped it in front, behind the phone, and the contact was saved. I was mesmerized. I was asking, what is this? He told me, you don't have to waste paper today. It is digital business card. We just had a word. Mind you, we just had a word. The next day, my Instagram and Facebook was filled with ads of the same. Who told them? Somebody is listening. Today, Swiggy and Zomato knows what you eat in a day, what you eat on weekends. Do you like desserts or not? When you have your salary day, they'll tell you, eat gulab jamun, it's salary day. Yes or no? The world is running on data today. Today, people don't come to your house with a pamphlet. They know what you like, what you don't. Is it important for students to be taught? Why digital citizenship is required today? Today, my first daughter is 4 years and she knows every ringtone when she was 2 years old. Whose ringtone is this? Whether it is Nanas, Nanis, Papas or Mamas. Today she teaches me everything. She's 4, mind you. She's 4. Who taught them? And do we have all the time to monitor what they're watching on the phone or internet? We don't. So imagine, sir was talking about alpha generation. It is difficult to match. It is difficult to match frequency with them. People don't tell they're sad today. That sad word was buried with us. Today it is called depression. If you ask a child, why are you like this? They tell they're in depression. Sad word is wiped off. Why? Teacher stared at me for 3 seconds. How difficult it is for teachers today to manage some naughty students like us. I mean, I was the most punished guy in the school. Even today, if I go to school, people remember me. 3 days back, I met my Sanskrit teacher in my hometown when I went for election. She took 3 seconds, but she took my name. Abhijit, right? I'm like, ma'am, it's been so many years, you remember my name. She was like, how can I forget an irritating student like you? I mean, naughty students are the most students who are remembered, yes? Right. So this is about the value proposition. Can we move next? So what is the objective of Olipso? The primary objective is to explore the interest of every child. That is very, very important. Academically, we are all doing a great job. We are giving quality education when it comes to academics. But blending skills along with this will help you identify the skills. Somebody will become, a politician in the future. Somebody might become an enterprising person in the future. Somebody might become a voice artist. I have a friend named Pradeep. He's a voiceover artist. This profession never existed a few years back. He's the voice behind Bangalore Metro. He was one of the voice behind Big Boss in Kannada. Right? Today he does a lot of advertisements on TV for serials, for different brands. It's a full-time profession today. Right? So you cannot undermine anything. I go back to my college today as a resource person. I mean, such a blessed feeling. Even today, a lot of my friends have stage fear. But today, school students don't have, mind you. I experienced this, and I'm sure you would face this, right? School students don't have stage fear. The same student comes to a college, he has the fear. There is a saying, a child is born an artist, the challenge is to remain one when he grows up. Right? So, once they explore their interest, we help them master the skill and build a career path. Why I'm referring to this is, somebody who scores 98% in 10th, what do they usually choose in 11th? What is the stream they usually choose? By default, science. By default, science. He has not given any liberty to choose something else. One of my friends, in 12th, she scored 93%. In 12th, in science. She told, I want to take up BA in my undergraduation. She fought at home. Nobody accepted it, right? And then I realized she was a gold medalist in the university. She was so fond of writing content, literature, that she never had to read for her exams. Tomorrow is her exam, today she was out with us. She was out with us. So that is when I realized, when you study your passion, right, you don't need to prepare for it. You know it. What needs to be studied, what needs to be mugged up, or what needs to be understood. That's very, very important, right? So, if you look at the different array of skills, the beauty with Olipso is, We do not impose any skill on you. You get the liberty to choose what you want to learn. We have a plethora of almost 17 skills here. 17 skills. If you look at digital citizenship, design thinking, data science, space tech, we are a blend of foundation come new age skills. So as a school, you can have a customized skill package, what needs to be introduced for your school. And thereby, students get the liberty to choose what they want to learn. So you don't have to impose that you have to learn only this. I'm sure if you want to introduce coding, it will not add value to every student. Because post-10th, not everybody choose science. Somebody might choose finance. They want commerce. One of my mentors should tell me whether it is science, commerce or arts. At the end of the day, it is commerce. Right? You won't believe, 3 days back I was having a parent orientation in Bangalore. It was a very premium school. And at the end of the entire presentation, the parent asked me, "Sir, tell me something. Do you teach our kids how to make money?" Can you guess at which grade his daughter was? 2nd standard. "Sir, all this is okay, sir. Can you teach how to make money?" I asked him, "Sir, may I know why you are coming to this question?" He's like, "Sir, me and my wife are working hard. We have slogged our, all the hard work. I don't want my daughter to do this. I want her to make money faster." Expectation of parents. It is different. New age parents have a different mindset today. They don't look at only board and some chalks. No, there are different ways of teaching. Now, can this replace teachers? Mind you, I bet on this. Nothing on this planet can replace teachers. Nothing on this planet. I strongly feel that nothing on this planet can replace teachers. Another people is the sales people or the business people. It cannot be replaced. You have different tools to teach. The way I learned, solar system was different. Today your teaching is different. The teaching methodologies have changed. It has been more effective. Our teachers taught by shouting in the class. Today you have microphone. There are tools to make teaching better, right? So what we offer is 17 skills. Next. Now each content is age curated. We have 4 brackets, right? So for 1 and 2 we have a different content. 3 and 4 we have a different content. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So it is as per the age itself. Any content that they learn, it is as per the age. Next, Pradeep. So each skill will have a amalgamation of facilitator, animation, gamification, assessment, and finally we also have a project. Right? Post the implementation of the project, they will get a certificate. Right? Along with that, we have a lot of rewards and recognition throughout the month. So in each year, a student will learn 3 skills in 1 year in the school. We are a complete B2B program. It is integrated in the school curriculum itself. Why school curriculum? Imagine what if I give this at home? What would be the outcome of this? Can anyone tell me that? Can you guarantee me an outcome? That is a challenge, yes? Because parents like me don't have all the time to monitor it. But when it happens in the school, it is structured. There is a discipline in place. There is a period allotted for it. So you can expect an outcome at the end of the day, right? Gone are the days where on a science exhibition you create volcano. No. If we have students like him and we would have encouraged him during school, maybe a 7th standard student who's very good at logical thinking would create a website for the school or school day. Who knows? Why not? Right? Can we have new age projects being displayed in the school? That's when we become progressive leaders, right? Next. I know it's extremely difficult to sit for the entire day, especially when we are on the other end, right? That's when I realized listening is also an art. And that's the toughest art. Trust me, talking is very easy. Listening is extremely difficult. So can you all end the session with one small exercise? Can you all raise your right hand up like this? Turn it backwards. Shabashi to all of you all for patiently listening to me for about 13 to 14 minutes. Thank you so much. I want to thank Mr. Kareem and Dr. Rajendran sir for giving us the opportunity, right? So feel free to contact us. We'll be here for some time till the evening, right? Thank you so much once again. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, sir.
Good afternoon. Right, I actually must thank the organizers for a few reasons. Reason number one, pushing it to post-lunch session. I thought as the third speaker, it would be more challenging for me. But challenging still is to give a session immediately after a sumptuous lunch. So thank you so much for making my task a bit more challenging. I was a happy man actually, but happier still when I think about the next presenter, Dr. Thilaika Rasifam, right? So she'll have much more challenging time than I have right now. So life is all about comparison, so thank you so much, ma'am. I was a happy man actually before I received a call from the organizers. I lived in a small world, in my own different world altogether. But the moment I received the call, I wish after a while I thought I had not accepted the offer. Once I did, I hardly had any time to prepare. Now you know what I'm preparing the ground for. And then until yesterday, I did not check the PowerPoint presentation of mine. This presentation I gave 2 years ago in Kerala when competency-based education was becoming a bit more popular. And I forgot about it. And when I was asked to talk about competency-based education, I got a bit lazy. And when I just opened the slide yesterday, it looked as if it was someone else's presentation and not mine. Whatever I found in the slide was Greek and Latin to me, and that was when I got nervous. Nervous still was that when Dr. Dunstan, my teacher in UG, told me that this time I would sit through your presentation, you can't do anything about it. So therefore, not one butterfly, many butterflies now, and I am definitely at risk. So keeping that in mind, kindly be kind enough to listen to me, lend your ears, and bear with whatever little pitfalls I have along the way. So competency-based education, that's all. I am done with these lectures. I'll just come near you and make sure that I have a bit more connect than I do now. Fine. There are two, there's a topic that's exploring competency-based education, implications for teaching and learning. So I'll first of all do justice to the first topic, because I have a feeling that I cannot have 1 hour. They'll try to get it to 45 minutes to, so that soul can rest in peace. So in 45 minutes, I'll try to do justice to exploring competency-based education and give little importance to the implications for teaching and learning. So to start with, I'll try to get into what competency-based education is all about. There are 6 other nomenclatures by which competency-based education is known. The first one is skill-based education, followed by proficiency-based, mastery-based, outcome-based, performance-based, and standards-based. All these 6 adjectives, I would rather call, have got something to do with what finally evolved into competency-based education, because all these 6 qualifying words have later on become the 60 seconds, the timer is here, you can have your eyes on it. In 60 seconds, I want you to do 2 things. One, draw the picture of a star, which is on display, exactly as it is on screen. So duplicate the star on display. 1. That should happen in the first 30 seconds. The next 30 seconds, what I want you to do is to duplicate the star you have duplicated. So the first one is the product of what is on display. The second one is the product of your own product. So your 60 seconds starts now. You're welcome to copy from your neighbor if you want to, though that's not part of the syllabus. Your 60 seconds has already started. If I see anybody still drawing after the stipulated time, I'll make them the chief guest of the day. So, 45 seconds. Right, let me also have the luxury of looking at some of the stars. You yourself look like stars though, but yeah, here there are 3 stars, father, mother and a child. I asked you to draw only 2. I understand why you have drawn 6. Thank you so much, sir. I'm so happy that he is the only person who gleefully showed his stars. So thank you so much. Your name, sir? Right, Mr. Ganesh, thank you. To tell me that the star that you have drawn and the star on display are exactly the same. If so, kindly stand up. I was told that around 60 odd principals are here. Where are they? They're here, yes. Well, you are present. Fine. But then with a lot of question marks. Right, fine. Right, fine. This is somebody else's child, but then let me have a look at your own child. You've got 2 stars. Compare them. If they are the same, kindly stand up. No? You're wonderful principals, actually. But then what we expect of our students is just the opposite of what has happened now. We teach the same way, and we expect our students to understand exactly the same way we teach them. But the fact of the matter is that nobody can ever, but they say that there are three speeches. One, that which you prepared, one that you deliver, and the one that you wish you had delivered. After this presentation, I would have my third presentation. That's exactly what happens to the teacher who wants to do justice to what he or she has come prepared with. But ultimately, they won't succeed, and they expect some miracle to happen that all students sitting in front of them should understand the same way, that all their might presented to them. If we cannot copy what is there just on display concretely, then imagine the abstract ideas that we put in front of our own students. Parts discussed. I'll start with CBE, past and present, and end with the implications if at all time permits. So let me quickly move on to CBE, past and present. I still have a doubt, therefore let me check whether, don't worry, I just wanted to get you back. I was confident with my own speech. So my voice is so soothing that my students fall asleep after 5 minutes. So that's the confidence I have in my own presentation or lecture or whatever it is. So I just wanted to wake you up. When you heard this bell, what are you reminded of? You are definitely highly dedicated principals. You cannot, even after this heavy lunch, forget your own school. Thank you so much. Your school is definitely privileged to have you all as principals. So your teachers will have a tough time. And students rather definitely would have, because you pass on your own sincerity to teachers, and teachers pass on their own sincerity to the students. That's a lovely affair. Now look at this carefully. You only remembered your school, but can you tell me, where was it borrowed from, this alarm? Was it an invention first used in schools or somewhere else? Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am. These bells were first used in factories. Not only were the bells borrowed into classrooms, anything and everything of what is influential in the classroom, in the school campus, has been borrowed from factories. The classifications, strict adherence to time, the ring of a bell, the placement of students, the grading of students, all of which if you just replace with workers of the medieval period, it is exactly the same. The clutches are so strong that we haven't liberated from the influence of a factory. Therefore, the next time you ring a bell, or probably you hear a bell, also remember that it does not only remind you of a school, but also of a factory. If you can visualize what happens after the ring of a bell in a factory is exactly what happens after you ring a bell in the school. Take a bird's eye view of what happens just immediately after the bell is exactly the same that happens in the factory. The only difference, workers and students. But the only commonality, workers are happy, students are happy. Not only are students happy, teachers are happy. And obviously, we are also humans. We too are happy. Because we are the ones to go out last. So therefore the happiness multiplies all together. The factory was the one we drew the idea from. Everything of what competency we have today started because of the aftermath of the Second World War. I don't know how many of you are aware of it. And they thought that Though they introduced vocational education, teachers were not trained well enough to cater to the demands of vocational education, hence understood the importance of teacher education, introduced in 1970s, and then that moved on to identifying the professional competencies between 1980s and 1990s. What we have of competencies today is actually an evolution of the ones that was listed during this time. And then after 1990s, the programs, CBE programs at all levels were introduced. It's been around 4 decades since it was introduced. Now MHRD is seriously thinking about competency-based education. That way we have caught up a bit earlier. Actually, we used to take centuries to match up to the trends outside. But now that at least 4 decades is not too late for CBSE education. But the competency-based education today was not the same as that of the ones that we started with. We started with competency-based education only to help students develop competencies required by the workforce. Therefore, skills were given the prominent importance. But today it's slightly different, and the focus is more on developing life skills that help students function in a society. So you see that there is a drastic or a paradigm shift from skills to happy living, successful living among students in a society all together. So that's what CBE before and now, probably after, we don't know what's in store. But then what is this competency? I would say, personally, it was an exploration of a sort to, first of all, understand what competency-based education is all about. And many of you here would also have the same question lingering in your own minds. So given that, I think I would, first of all, I have around 3 or 4 definitions on what competency-based education is all about, chronologically arranged, of which the first one talks about competency as, the definition of competence as knowledge, skill, and attributes. And a few years later, you've got the European Union in 2010 coming up with the ability to use knowledge and skills. And then again, a few decades later, years later, you've got the knowledge, mobilization of knowledge, skill, attitudes, and values. OECD came up with that, and then our own CBSE coursebook has this. That is the application of knowledge and skill and the authenticity of the learning experience. I'll stick to the first 2 because this is about the environment we create because of competency-based education, but it is about knowledge and skill. But another further exploration into that has led me to summarize what competency-based education is all about. So I want the answer from you. 2 words, 2 blanks. The spirit of CBSE was to align the dash of education with
Value of education with knowledge.
right, so the knowledge of education with skills. Very good. Which means my presentation so far hasn't helped.
Knowledge with values.
Knowledge with values. Very good. There is a sincere student. Knowledge with objectives or objectives with outcome, right? Because it's also called outcome-based education. Then why leave out outcome? Yeah, you were saying something? Now he thinks that the others have given better answers. Why should I keep? No, go. Right, knowledge with children. Good one, sir. Right, well then. One last. From the last bench? Yeah, knowledge with of education with
Objectives of education with application.
objective with application, okay.
Objectives of education.
Sir,
Yes, sir.
value of education with the knowledge.
Value of education knowledge. All are wonderful answers. Ma'am? Skills with life. Right. Now I'll just give the first one. The spirit of CBE was to align the world of education with values, skills, Now, right, all of you are alive. I'm so happy. So happy. Competence, yeah. With students, they're almost there. With actually, yeah. When we say students, it's all about their own life. So it is all about bringing the world outside closer to the life of the student inside the classroom. So therefore, what a student does in a classroom is to get prepared for the world outside, not only professionally, but the entire life in toto is what we prepare them for. Moving on to the components, the definition has the components of competency. So there are 4 components, of which the first one is knowledge. Now you know what the next one is all about. What is the second component of? Yeah, very good. The second is skill. So the knowledge is about your knowledge about knowing how to do it, and you actually acquire it through observing what happens. Second is obviously skill, your knowledge to how to do things, and you develop through practice. And the third, so first one is the theory, second is practice, third, pardon me? Application, right, fine. The third is the attitude, someone here said. And attitude refers to your inner thoughts and feelings and how you actually respond to a situation. I think there's a popular quotation which goes that life is all about 10% of what happens to you and 90% how you respond to what happens to you, actually. So therefore, life is all about attitude. 90% of what happens in your life is all about your attitude, and obviously the last one, yeah, the values altogether. So the values is about what you really have as a belief system, and this is what guides your behavior. So these are the 4 components of competence. So when we think of competency-based education, we should think of all these 4 components. But most of us mistake competency or competence as knowledge plus skill, which is not the case, that we also have 2 other components, that is attitude and values. Moving on to the 4th, why CB? We've got different frameworks, but then why should we adopt CB in the first place? For which the Ministry of Education itself has come out with a statement that is the CB, our education is all about focusing on holistic and sustainable learning. When it comes to holistic, it actually refers to interdisciplinary input, refers to inclusive learning, and refers to overall development of a student. And this morning, Dr. Senthil very succinctly put it that it's not that your marks that matters the most, but it is about how you face your life that matters the most. A student who gets 99% and commits suicide, and a student who really gets 35 and lives a happy life and is proud of it, there is a difference between these two. So marks are important, but at the same time, more important is the life you lead with what you actually have. So that's about holistic education and about sustainable education. These are the 5 parameters under which sustainability of education is, or learning is all about. It's learning to know, learning to do, learning to be, and learning to live together, and learning to learn. The last one is an important skill which most of us ignore in a classroom, which is called learnability skill, where we teach them how to learn. We ask them to learn, but we hardly teach them how to learn, is what this learning to learn is all about. If you look at all these 5, you'll understand that the knowledge, skill, attitude, and values are again put in a different manner here. And the third one here, which demands a little more explanation, and that can be applied in everyday life to help individuals function effectively in an unknown and uncertain world. Because this world, the world we live in today, see, there was a time, probably 50 years ago, an invention was a rare event. But today, almost on a daily basis, we have got something different. There used to be a time the products focused mostly on USP, unique selling proposition, but today no product can ever sit on that USP and survive. So therefore, because anything that comes out new, the very next day, another company comes with a better USP altogether. So we talk about now unique, instead of unique selling proposition, we talk about unique emotional proposition, UEP altogether. Therefore, the uncertain world that we don't know what is in store for us, we never thought there would be COVID, we never thought that we would get onto online platforms to teach and so on and so forth, and we still don't know. We still don't know what is in store as far as not only education, but also the world is concerned. So hence, we have got the uncertain world. So that takes us to, let's say, just a quick sneak peek into the stages of it. I'll just display only this, the foundational stage. And it says that we have to focus on 21st century skills, the 5 C's: communication skill, critical thinking, creativity, collaboration, and character building. Curiosity, I think the Prime Minister also in few places, instead of character building, had replaced it with curiosity. But then what follows is important, that it is hoped that this would prepare learners to better adapt to the VUCA world. And most of you here know what VUCA stands for. The acronym stands for volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous. So that's what the world outside is, and that's what we have to prepare our students for in the future as well. But what I like the most about, in terms of the competencies, do you know him? Thank you so much, sir. What's your name, sir? Right, Mr. Dr. Rajendra Prasad. Can I give him a big round of applause? Yeah. Anyone else who already knew this face? This is Sir Ken Robinson. Wonderful educationist, just for his contribution to education that he got that sir. He said that there are 4 basic competencies, or areas of core purposes of education, of which one is personal, second is cultural, third is economic, and the fourth is social. Any student who comes into a school will have to get these 4 purposes fulfilled on the personal level, on the cultural level, economic level, as well as the social level. And he condenses, or rather elaborates into other 8 different competencies. These are the 8 different competencies, most of which what you saw as 5 C's and different other top 10 21st century skills actually were the ones which were influenced or inspired by Sir Ken Robinson's list of 8 core competencies in his book titled The Elements. If you haven't read it, please do read that exceptional book on the elements. So therefore, these are 8. I would just say, for example, focus on creativity. How many of you here, because to administer, to just manage students, teachers, and above all the parents, principals have to be highly creative and critical in that sense. So I'd like to ask you this question. How many of you are confident that you're creative? Right. Well, the first hand to go up was that. Thank you so much, ma'am. You will be my focus. So there are many others. But then why aren't the first row not very confident? Wait and watch, or cat on the fence?
Cat on the fence.
Cat on the fence. Very good. Well, probably here it is VUCA world. Right. Last row I know. They are like me in their own world. Thank you so much. They are taking down notes. They have to submit reports.
We
Yes.
thought that we are creative. When you ask this question, we have doubt whether we are creative.
Now I am beginning to doubt my creativity because I've never expected this question. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for that quick self-assessment of yours and mine. Now, I'll test. We have 3 minutes. How many of you are good artists in the sense you can draw well? Right? Whatever you draw is good. Very good, ma'am. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is the row that never scribbled anything. And sir, the very look of him, he gives me a look. You want me to murder somebody? I'll murder. Please don't ask me to draw. Right. it's very simple, very easy and simple task to do. You've got 3 minutes. This is what you have to do. Can you just turn to a fresh page? I know that your handwriting itself is artistic enough, but then turn to a fresh page and keep it ready. In 3 minutes, I want you to draw, just to check how creative you are. Listen to me carefully. Draw nature. Of your choice. Make your nature as unique as possible. Let that be the distinct nature altogether. So how much time do you have, sir? Ma'am? How much time do you have? Well, you're silent. It's already there on display. 3 minutes. I know that it's very difficult to draw nature in 3 minutes, but draw. Even if it is incomplete, it's okay. Nature in 3 minutes, make it as distinct as possible. Your 3 minutes has already started. You're welcome to copy from your neighbor, if you have the courage to do so.
You should be one of the best professors in your college, because you permit to copy people. That's great.
Copying is a wonderful skill. You get paid if you become a musician in India, more than the original.
That is not a sarcasm, by the way.
No. So I'm so happy that you complimented me. Thank you. He's just only trying to win the competition. That I know why some are laughing. I should not look at what you're drawing. Now, a word of caution. When you draw, kindly label them, because you may not be able to find out what you've drawn. So please do. Right, wonderful. Some of them are deeply involved. This is what we call deep work. See, this is for the first time. No, first time I see two principals laugh at each other. They laugh at themselves, look at their neighbor's drawing, and then they look at each other and laugh. That's good. It's good spirit. You've got 60 seconds. The final shading and things like that, please go ahead. Some of them are literally in tears here. 40 seconds. Done, sir? These are early birds. First benchers, unfortunately, could not find some place here. Is there? Done, sir? Thank you. Well done. Great. And I am not going to see your drawing. I am weak-hearted. So therefore, I don't want to take that risk. Usually, I always play my life safe. So let me also maintain a safe distance. Right, 9. Kindly don't. Can we have a quick countdown? 3, 2, 1, stop. Nobody wants to become a chief guest. Right, that's good. How many of you are confident? We have just started the task. Before I move on to the next stage, I'd like to ask you this question. How many of you are confident that you will win the game? No, see, really, your management must be doubly happy to have such a confident lot of principals. So now, you must be confident because you've gathered courage to come to this conclave. That in itself showcases your confidence, but still, those who are confident of winning this, kindly stand up. The one to stand till the end will be the winner, not of the session, but I have a few criteria here to check. So kindly stand up. Now all of you can stand up because even those who are not confident maybe. So we don't know. Right. So we are just moving on to the next stage. Please have a good look at your nature that you have drawn. Now I have 5 elements or things, whatever, in my mind, which I think you might have drawn, because the task was to draw nature, and the second instruction that came along was to make nature as distinct as possible. So please be seated. Dr. Dunstan was my teacher. I'm still nervous, I'm only acting. Not only my teacher, terror, thy name was Dr. Dunstan. He was then the vice principal as well, actually the principal. Now, ready? The first one, I said make it as distinct as possible, as unique as possible. So I'm just going to find the unique mind at the end. If your nature has mountain as part of it, kindly be seated. Where are the principals? There is a saying in, there's this dialogue in Tamil movie, Malaya Sachiputtan Madre. Where are those principals? Right, not bad. But those who have drawn mountain would have also drawn this. But someone who hasn't drawn it might have also done this, drawn this. That is between the mountains. The sun rises. Now, whether it is between or otherwise, if you have drawn sun, kindly sit down. Now, it looks like I'll be the last one standing. There still are some great teachers, great principals. 2, 4, 6, 8 of them. 8 is not a lucky number for me, but it's okay. The third one, now you have understood what it is all about, because see, you have not been creative. You have not been unique in the way you perceive. No, there is one more here, 9. Then this is a lucky number for me. So therefore, you haven't seen unique from a different perspective. That's all. It's as simple as that. If you have drawn, I know some are nervous, those who are standing. The third one would be a water body, river, stream. You copied? Great minds think alike. ஒரு கோடு மட்டும் போட்டிருக்கீங்க. அந்த கோடு ரோடு இல்லாம வாட்டரா இருந்துச்சுன்னா கையில வீசிட்டு. இல்ல. For the first time, the one you drew in itself was ambiguous. This can be a road. This can also be water. That must be Tamil Nadu road. Because there is a possibility of a gutter that would look like river. So there are 6 more. 4. Who said that? You have read my mind, sir. Trees, birds. So kindly be seated, sir. Now, last one. Why is he sitting in slow motion? That's a strong tree, therefore uprooted very slowly. Sir, have you drawn anything? Yes. So before I move on to the last one, I should not see it. So we saw mountain, sun. Now I have forgotten. You haven't forgotten it. Sun, trees, water bodies. Right, water bodies. And what will be the last one?
House.
A house. A beautiful house. That I dream of always, but I cannot build in my entire life. But even that house will be very miserly. you won't be very generous in drawing the house, but a very small house. So therefore, your names are?
Joe Rahul. Joe Rahul.
Right, Mr. or Doctor? Right, Mr. Rahul. So give Mr. Rahul a big round of applause. But there is still one soul in purgatory. He is neither in hell nor in heaven, sitting and standing, so he doesn't know where. Wow, that's a wonderful house, sir. See, his perspective is that he has seen everything from his house. Everything is here, man. Yeah, everything is there. Yes. Then you are the product of traditional education. Thank you so very much. Education has corrupted us so much that you cannot think beyond the box. We have come to a stage where, see, we have this particular expression that out of the box. But then now we say that think like there is no box at all. That is the stage we are in. But then there are some still trapped in the box. Mountain, there. Sun, yes. Trees, yes. Water body, everything is there. Don't say, whatever you are going to say, you can pick from my nature. That's a wonderful place to spend our time in. So, the only winner, Mr. Rahul, thank you. Thank you so much. I haven't seen what you have drawn. Yeah, I haven't seen that.
This side. Down. Left.
See, a great teacher is the one who makes his or her students do what he or she can't do. So I asked you to draw because I can't draw. So he has drawn nature, but I'm afraid he too has failed. This is the third one. He actually wrote nature artistically. N, A, looks like Q, T, and then he did not have time, so therefore he just wrote U or E. And the E was written so fast in a hurry that he did not have time to decorate it. But then it looks as if the very word nature, T is like tree. Is that so, sir? Yes? See, the last man who gave me some hope that competency-based education need not be introduced. Traditional education is more than enough. The last tree has fallen. Right, so, but anyway, thank you. At least you looked at it slightly different. So thank you so very much, sir. Right, now we'll quickly move on to applying those 4 components of competence. Pardon me, sir? Yes, a lucky draw. His Audi is waiting outside. Those who win, but nobody won. Has anyone? No. The only person who claimed has also disqualified. Thank you, sir. How happy she is. That again is what traditional education can do to you. Because I was happy comparing my session in the sense the timing of my session, that of ma'am, because she will be the last person. So I became happy. At least after lunch, food won't allow you to doze off. There is that stage where you can neither sleep nor remain awake. Ma'am, yes, we have confidence. I think if you have to just apply to driving, how to drive a car, there are different types of drivers. Now if I say, I am a knowledgeable driver, what does that mean? I know how to drive, but only God knows whether I can drive. But then many of those who are driving belong to this category. I know how to drive, theoretically wonderful, but then we don't know when that knowledge is put to practice, what happens. So the second one is obviously, I am a skilled driver. Who is a skilled driver? One who drives skillfully. Very good. Who knows to? Who? Now I really want. Are you married, sir? You are. That's why I asked you that question. He said, the skillful driver is the one who knows how to handle the car. But you don't manhandle the car. Right? How to handle the car. Now, what does that mean, handling a car?
Rules and responsibilities.
Pardon me, sir?
Rules and regulations.
Rules. Right. What are those rules? Road rules. Right. Many rules are there. If we had known why are we here? We drive. Right. Skilled driver is one who can maneuver through the roads in Salem or anywhere in Tamil Nadu or India. But then there is another driver, a competent driver. A knowledgeable driver, a skilled driver, and a competent driver. Who is a competent driver?
Who knows the rules and responsibilities?
Alright, who is knowledgeable, who is skilled, then
knows rules and responsibilities.
very good, sir. Who is a responsible driver?
One who with values.
With a lot of values. Ma'am, first row, so applying whatever she received. Right. With a lot of values. With obviously a lot of values and with the right attitude. I still very fondly remember when a cab driver told me, that was the initial days when I was learning how to drive a car. This is what I told my kids. Do you know how I learned to drive better? When I sat near the driver and observed every little way in which he drove the car. Not only that, after the session when I got back, on return I asked that gentleman, who was a diehard fan of Rajinikanth, I asked him, sir, if you could give me one tip to be a good driver, what would that tip be? There may be very good drivers with 20, 25 years of experience. What tip would you give me if I ask you that question? Those who can drive a car? I want to be a competent driver. One tip to drive a car better on Indian roads.
Patience.
See how the world has changed. No male principal has responded. Thank you so much. We are living in modern, competent world. Ma'am, yes. Patience, confidence. Kill 10 people and drive confidently. Yes, fine. Able to control the car in any situation. Fine. Anger management. Yes, ma'am.
Think about others like us, people in the car.
See,
Remember you have a family.
that's what tradition is all about. Think about others' life and the one behind, not about yours. And then he says, think about your family at home. Someone might crash the car. So it depends on what kind of a family you have back home. No, he said, yes, wonderful. He said, sir, when you sit in the driver's seat, kindly drop your ego. I loved it. Drop your ego. Back home to your school or to your home, there will be umpteen occasions where your ego will be put to test. Most of the accidents Are those accidents because the egos are touched? So therefore, that I really loved it. That man must be a competent driver. In my observation, I never had seen the speedometer go beyond 80. He did not have the speed governor installed. He did not go beyond 80. Is what competence is all about. You don't stop with the skills. You also move beyond to add attitudes and values to your driving skill and make yourself a competent driver. That takes me to a competent teacher or a competent administrator. I'll stick to a competent teacher because competency-based education is primarily about what happens inside the classroom. If you have to look at a teacher, the factors that influence a teacher maybe starts with a textbook inside a classroom, goes on to the culture of a classroom, the classroom settings, the nourishing environment you build in a classroom with your students, the assessment practices of yours. To be frank enough, the one most powerful entity in teaching and learning is actually assessment. That's why people say that if you want to change the way you teach and learn, change the way you test before you change the way you teach and learn, because testing, the teaching and learning to a large extent depends on how testing is done. So to change teaching practices, you'll have to change testing practices. You've got the outcome, because we are very much obsessed with outcome, and the last one is about time. Now, any traditional methodology, the most important ones, the assessment and time. If you look at it carefully, in a traditional methodology, that you would find that the time is constant and learning is the variable. You cannot do anything with the time frame, but that you adjust teaching and learning according to the available time. But if you shift to competency-based education, obviously it gives way, the outcome gives way to competence, though more or less the same. And that you find a difference here, that learning is constant and time becomes a variable. So as an administrator, the moment we think of CBE, what we should also think of is a flexi time and not a rigid traditional way of looking at teaching and learning. What is important is learning. What shouldn't be compromised is learning. And what can be flexible is the time factor. Again, an important aspect as far as CBE is concerned. So for a competent teacher, therefore, a traditional teacher can have knowledge and then skill. But the modern teacher who has to adapt to competency-based education will have to have attitude and values added to it. I have 30 minutes. Though we are administrators, though we manage a lot of teachers and a lot of students, I have a student here. See, that's just a two-pronged attack as far as I am concerned today, because I have a teacher in front of me. And I was, okay, fine, at least from the right side you get beaten, left side you can manage. But then a student came to me and said, sir, do you remember me? I was your student at St. Joseph's. And then the other side also a problem. Because you have to do justice to your teacher, and you also have to do justice to your student. Thank God, the front and back are left free. I can take any one of those routes out. But then I always love my teacher. You always love your teachers, though you are administrators. So I just want you to go back to your own childhood. Don't go back too much to a toddler. But then say school or college. Think about your favorite teacher. All that you have is 30 seconds. In 30 seconds, I want you to write down one quality in one word that quality which attracted you to that teacher, which made you admire that teacher. Hope I've made myself clear. How much time? 30 seconds. Your time starts now. One quality that you admire the most about the favorite teacher of yours. Thumbs up. So fast. Thank you. I think your memory is so fresh of your teacher. So many of them have done it, right? Fine. So may I now ask, this is the liberty you can take with your own student. So sir, can you do me a favor? Can you be seated? Kindly be seated. As and when I say A or yes or K, add a point. If I say A, add a point. Yes, add a point, right? Kindly wait. Your qualities, please. One after the other.
Caring.
Pardon? Caring. Put it under A. One. No, need not write. Just one. 1 point. Fine. Love. A. Kind. A. Class control. Yes. Under yes. Add one under yes. Inspiring. A. Understanding. A. Gregarious. A. Pardon? Motivating. A. Confidence. A. For understanding and in-depth understanding of a student. A. Tricks. That's a very tricky answer. Yes. Time management. Yes. Sincerity. A. Passionate. A. Right, I'll go here. This row might feel charity. My goodness. A. Quality time spent. Yes. A. Friendly. A. Dedicated. A. My role model. Why?
That's I admire.
Admirable. A. Involvement. A. Perfection. Out of syllabus. Yes. I don't know where to put it. Friendly. A. Pardon me. Humorous. Yes. Smart. A. Yes, sir. Responsible. A. Proficient. Yes. Knowledgeable. K. Confidence. A. Caring. A. Right. Hope you might by now have guessed why I have asked this and what those A, S, K stand for.
Attitude.
Yes stands for skills. Very good.
A for attitude.
A for attitude. K for. Now, and you might by now. Why are you sitting here? You should have come here as a resource person. Now you might by now have understood why I asked you this question. Of all the qualities, let me get the total, sir. For can you be seated? For K.
K1.
For K1, yes. 6.
A 23.
23. If you think that I got a gold medal in school, in college, even my PhD was highly commendable, in this hall, among the principals who actually are cognitively strong. So you know why there is always a problem between principals and teachers? Now there may be some are laughing, I understand. Which means I'll have to reword it. Why is that there is always problems with teachers and principals? Because that's a laughter. There may be some principals who may not have any problems, then that's not a school you are working in. You don't have any problems at all, very good. There are exceptions. There are definitely always exceptions to any rule for that matter. The problems we have between the teacher and the administrators are, the administrators are cognitively oriented, whereas the teachers are emotionally oriented. And there is always a problem between a rational brain and an emotional brain. Why I've said this is that those with the best rational brain have only one teacher has said that knowledge is important. Now just imagine if it were teachers, then even that one wouldn't have appeared. Skill, of course, skill is important. We know for sure skills are important, but only 6 in the audience have mentioned that skills are important, of which one can even go to attitudes, whereas 26 of them have said that attitudes are important. For me, I like my teacher, of course because of knowledge, but above all, because of his or her attitude. That's exactly what competence is all about. You can add V to it: value, attitude, skill, and knowledge as well. You'll find that value and attitude will have an upper hand in terms of number than skills and knowledge altogether. Not only for teachers, but also for students, that traditionally, because of the Renaissance age, the age of enlightenment, we always consider knowledge synonymous with intelligence, which is not the case. That we have to have, a modern student have to have skills and then attitude as well as values. If at all, we have to mold that student holistically and send to the world outside. That takes me to the CBE cycle as far as implementation is concerned, that it has got a few stages, of which the first one, I would rather call them phases. First one is about the setting of standards and getting the profile of a student. Because if you want to be, we say that, what are the 3 important things that a teacher should know before teaching a student something? See, if I have to teach you physics, what are the 3 important things I have to know? One is I have to know physics. Without knowing physics, I cannot teach physics. Second is that I have to have the skill or methodology to teach physics. So physics as content, but I am the mediator between the content and the student. To mediate, I use methodology. And what is the third one?
Mental readiness of the students.
Mental readiness? No. To teach, say for example, ma'am, your name?
Ramamani.
Right. If I have to teach Miss Ramamani physics, let's assume that I have to know physics and I should know how to teach physics. What do you think is the third important quality I should? Communication, very good, but that is part of methodology. How much of, see, this is when the principle in you comes out. How much Miss Rama knows about physics, okay? Because that's about the first part, knowledge, your knowledge in physics, right? No, this table is principal's table. They still have not removed their shoes and started walking into the shoes of the students and teachers. No?
They must know what student knows already in physics.
Not bad, very good. Ma'am's beard is helping her. From the known to unknown, what the student knows. In other words, ma'am is almost right. In other words, yes? Practical, okay, that's about methodology. With the methodology, what do you expect the students to do? Right, the most important part is whether you know physics, yes? Yeah, whether you, I understand your concern, whether you know physics, whether you know how to teach physics, and whether you know Miss Rama. Right, could you please stand up, sir? Yes. Right, give him a big round of applause, please. See, this is what can happen if you sit along with the dominant group. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. What's your name, sir?
Lakshman.
Right, Mr. Lakshmanan. So very passionate, kind-hearted man. Looks like. Appearance is deceptive. So So that's actually that's what. So if you have to teach your students something, you should also know who your student is. You cannot teach unless and until you know him or her. Second is about the instructional resource, the resources that you have, your classrooms have, what the teachers can bring in, students can bring in to make teaching and learning more enjoyable, meaningful, and interesting. Third is actually the personalized activities, because we know for sure that differentiated education is important and that each one has one's own different ways and styles of learning, and therefore personalized activities, not one size fits all, but then you will take into consideration different sizes. And 4 is about the formative assessment. Two types of assessments, one is summative and the other is formative. Unfortunately, we don't have any difference whatsoever except the terminology. Formative is summative, summative is formative. This we do continuously, that we do once in a while. Therefore, that is formative and this is summative. Scholastic, co-scholastic, yeah, we'll take into consideration those things. Let it wait for a while. Can I ask you this, due to want of time, I'll stop in another 3 minutes. I'll keep my word. So, can you just tell me, what is the primary difference between formative and summative assessment?
Summative at the time.
Right, one answer has come from him, Ayayyo, which means I understand.
Formative as it is on process, summative at the time. All together.
Very good, man. This is explanation of the term. I asked the difference. Pardon me, ma'am?
Formative evaluate teacher, summative can be used to evaluate student.
Formative during
Ma'am? Even the ones who coined the term did not think about this. I really liked that. I really liked it. No, something different, yes? Thank you so much, ma'am. May I know your name, ma'am? No, that's good. That's a good answer. See, it's not a textbook answer. Miss Rosalind, I appreciate it. Wonderful. Yes? That's a bit of a worrying sign, actually.
only during the learning. It has
Not bad, sir. Not bad. The formative focuses.
during the learning you can give repeated inputs and you can correct the students. Summative, it is the end of the term. You can assess the
So therefore, what is the purpose of summative assessment?
summative assessment is feedback of what he has done. Or is during the learning, whenever he has difficulties, we can give inputs.
I think sir has almost got it. Almost, yes sir.
Evaluating the students continuously during the phase.
That is formative. That's why someone said it is process and summative is. ஆனா நீங்க இந்த ரிசல்ட்டை விட மாட்டீங்க. இவ்வளவு நேரமா இந்த வார்த்தையை சொல்லாமலேயே ஒரு செஷன் எடுத்துட்டு இருக்கிறாரே, you should imprison him. He doesn't belong to the teaching community at all. Okay. Right. Now, formative. Actually, summative is judgmental. We judge the performance of the students, whereas formative is developmental. Formative assessment is meant to develop the proficiency, develop the skill, develop the competency of a student. Whereas summative is meant to check how much of development has taken place. It sums up. Forming, we help. Therefore, an important part is that assessment is not only an assessment tool, assessment is also a learning tool. So you have got 3 different types of assessment. Assessment of learning, assessment for learning, and assessment, thank you so much ma'am, assessment as learning. The reason is assessment as learning. So you find that how assessment from judgmental is leaning towards a learning tool. It's no more an assessment tool. It's actually an assessment tool meant to help students learn much better, understand themselves much better. So that's the formative assessment, and finally the competency progression or diagnosis of a student. That's what they said, that it's all about feedback that you get from the students. Not summative. Summative, we don't focus mostly on feedback. It is a formative assessment that gives more importance to the feedback part of it. So thank you so very much. I do understand how difficult it is for a man to sit. Thank you. Because to get some applause in front of a teacher and in front of a student means a lot to me. I have to say a few words. Allow me to take another 20 seconds or so. Dr. Joseph Dunstan. He always thought that I was a bright student. I did not fool him, actually. He fooled himself. He doesn't even know. Now, when I knew that he fooled himself, I did not want to disappoint him, was a fact. Because I failed in +2 when I joined UG, which sir did not know until a few months back. When I told him, he had an attack. Literally. What was what he said? So I studied to match up to his own expectations. So thank you so very much, sir. Today I don't address my students ni, va, po, solrade kedayadu. Not even my kids or wife. I call them Ninga, students also Ninga. Not that I was born with that behavior, but that I learned from Dr. Joseph. Thank you so very much. I have said it in many other places, but I got an opportunity to say that in front of him. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for being my role model teacher. Thank you. God bless you all.
Kindly stay back on the stage, sir. I would like to invite Mr. D. Ganeshan, DEO Namakkal, to honor him. Former DEO Namakkal.
We can have one photo with his teacher and student.
Thank you so much, sir, for engaging us with such an interactive and informative session. Thank you. Now, I would like to welcome Dr. N. Tilakarisi, Dean Student Affairs, Tirajlal Gandhi College of Technology, to educate us on enhancement in mastery-based education.
Thank you, ma'am. Very good afternoon to one and all present here. First of all, I would like to thank Dr. Jan, sir, for recognizing his teacher. That is the success of a teacher's life, I think. So I thank the organizers for giving me a great opportunity to address the elite gathering. I would like to thank Victor sir, especially. He only introduced me to the forum. Thank you, sir. I'll give a 1-minute intro of myself. I'm Dr. Tilakarisi. My life is actually related to a student and teacher character. Actually, I started my career as a diploma holder. Then after I gave birth to my son, I finished my BE. When my son was doing his BE, I did my ME. When my grandson started going to school, I finished my PhD. So I believe that throughout life, a teacher is a continuous learner. That is my belief. Thank you. நிறைய காலையிலேருந்து பேசிட்டோம். Just I would like to add 1 or 2 Tamil words here and there. எல்லாரும் ஹாப்பியாக இருக்கீங்களா? நான் ரொம்ப ரொம்ப ஹாப்பியாக இருக்கேன். ஏன்னா காலையிலேருந்து ஐ எம் சிட்டிங் as a student to listen all the wonderful lectures. So let us bring a positive vibe to this hall. எல்லாரும் ஒரு முறை let us say all is well. All is well. All is well. All is well again. All is well. All is well. Okay. So shall we do a small body scan exercise? Sit straightly. Sit. Sit properly. Have a deep breath. Take a deep breath. Close your eyes. Please close your eyes. Focus on your head. Please follow my instructions. Focus on your head. Scan your head. Slowly scan your head. Now jump to your left shoulder. Focus on your left shoulder. Scan your left shoulder. Slowly scan your left shoulder. Move on to your left hand. Move on to your left hand. Scan your left hand. Move on to your left hand. Scan your left hand till the end of your fingers. Please jump to your right shoulder. Scan your right shoulder. Scan your right shoulder. Now move on to your right hand. Focus on your right hand. Slowly scan your right hand till the end of your fingers. Jump to your chest. Focus on your chest. Slowly scan your chest. Slowly scan your chest. Move on to your stomach. Focus on your stomach. Focus on your stomach. Scan your stomach. Slowly scan your stomach. Now move on to your left leg. Focus on your left leg. Focus on your left leg. Scan your left leg. Slowly scan your knees and toes till the end of your fingers. Now jump to your right leg. Focus on your right leg. Scan your right leg. Scan your right leg till the end of your fingers. Scan your right leg. Scan your knees and toes till the end of your fingers. Slowly open your eyes. Slowly open your eyes. How do you feel? How do you feel? Sleepy? Sleepy? Anything else? How do you feel? Relaxed. Usually, when I take the classes in the afternoon, at times I used to do this exercise to my students. So definitely it will give a relaxed feeling. If you properly follow the instruction, it will give a relaxed feeling. Thank you. So I have the teaching experience of 40 years. For the past 4 decades I am teaching. I have learnt a lot from my students. I hope I am adapting the changing technologies. In 80s, we used chalk and talk. In 90s, we started using LCD projectors and overhead projectors. From 2K, we are using computer smart classes. Today, the ICT-based teaching learning is getting increased. So today the alpha students are very much interested in taking ICT-based education only. Particularly after COVID, we are moving on to the ICT-based education. One thing I would like to ask, are you finding any difference? Many senior persons are here, particularly sir, you are very, very senior person. What do you find the difference between, how you find the difference between the students of 20 years back and today's student? Maybe I can put the question like this. What is the difference between Gen Z and Alpha students?
They have artificial intelligence and chat GPT.
Yes sir, yes sir. Whatever they can need, they can go on surf the Google and they can get whatever the things, whether it is good or bad, they can get. That is the thing. Okay, so we are moving on to the topic, mastery-based education, enhancement in mastery-based education. It's not working. Okay, thank you. Why it's not working? Pardon? Where? Okay, there's a difference between learning and education. As educators, what do you feel about learning and education? Is there any difference or both are same? So learning is a lifelong process of transforming information and experience into knowledge, skills and behaviors. On the other hand, we can say education is just one approach to learning. It's a process where a society passes on the knowledge, values and skills from one generation to the another. Do you agree with this? Any disagreement? So my topic is mastery-based education, enhancement in mastery-based education. I would like to mention as mastery-based learning hereafter. So what is mastery-based learning? I am a technical teacher. I belong to engineering family. So my focus will be more on practical side. I would like to have a question. You may be having plenty of students, those who are excelling in theory subjects. Do they excel in practical also? Or do you find any difference? Some of the students may be excelling in theory subjects, but what about the practical? Do they really do the practicals or they mug up the readings and put? How do you feel?
Normally, theoretically good students will not be performing good in practical.
Okay.
There will be extraordinary cases are good in both.
Okay.
But practically, one who is doing good may not be doing that much theoretically.
Okay. Okay. So coming to mastery-based education, we are focusing on the practical part actually. So mastery-based learning was introduced by the psychologist Benjamin Bloom. It applies the principle of individualized instruction and tutoring to the whole class learning. In this model, students are assessed multiple times throughout the learning process, rather than at the end of unit or semester. Dr. Johnson was telling formative and summative. This comes here. So in mastery-based learning, we have both formative assessment and summative assessment. It is an instructional approach where students need to demonstrate a deep understanding before progressing to the another topic or subject area. Educators provide individual feedback, diagnose learning needs and difficulties, prescribe specific remediation. Prescribe specific remediation or enrichment strategies and reassess with a parallel assessment. So they focus on, in mastery-based learning, they focus on both formative assessment and summative assessment. So actually there is an official definition for mastery-based learning. Mastery-based learning is an approach to classroom instruction that empowers every student at every level to progress with confidence. The teacher uses flexible pacing to guide the students through a cyclic process of preparation, demonstration of knowledge and feedback until there is a mutual agreement between the teacher and the individual student that the student is ready for the next cycle to begin. So this is the mastery-based learning. So there are some features with mastery-based learning. Here the student should understand the task and the procedures needed to complete the task. There should be specific objective for the task to be learned. The subjects should be broken into smaller sections. Normally in our case, in technical colleges, we used to give the experiments and we used to give the steps to follow that particular experiments. So like that they are saying that the subject is broken into smaller section and students should be assessed after each session. Teachers should provide students with a feedback after each assessment. Teachers should give students additional time. That was told by Dr. Johnson. They should give additional time to learn the lesson when needed. Teacher could provide alternative learning opportunities if necessary. It is recommended to let the students work in group. I would like to ask a question. Why the students are allowed to work in group? What is the need of working in group? Any idea? They can get great answer. They can get so many ideas also then. Any more thing?
They feel free.
They will feel free. Then anything else? When you work in group, how you feel?
Equal opportunities.
Equal opportunities. Very good, excellent answer. And then the teams. What about the team spirit? Will it be enhanced or reduced?
Enhanced.
It will be enhanced. So they are allowed to work in groups for more than an hour, focusing on reviewing test results to increase the students' effort. So these are the features of mastery-based learning. And here, the offerings of mastery-based learning are flexible pace, teacher-student interaction, collaborative student work, summative assessment, also formative assessment, and immediate feedback, and it is relationship-centered. What is the meaning of relationship-centered? Whose relationship? Teacher and student. Also, student to student. So peer learning will be motivating them to work better. What are the benefits that the students are getting out of mastery-based learning? Learn deeply in ways that are best for them. Have engaging and meaningful ways to demonstrate the mastery and then personalize the learning experience. Actually, research shows that schools that implement mastery-based learning have higher overall student attainment progress. It doesn't mean that the students learn faster, but the students have higher level of learning within the curriculum. Okay, so there are many ways of enhancement of mastery-based education. Here I would like to mention two areas. How many of you are following STEM education? How many of you are following STEM education? All of us. But many of us didn't raise their hands. All of us are following. Okay. And then, do you have adult tinkering lab in your school? 1, 2, 3. Few, very few only. Okay. So these are the two ways with which we can give enhancement to the mastery-based learning education. What is adult tinkering lab? Do you know what is the meaning of adult tinkering lab? The persons, those who are not adapting adult tinkering lab, I am asking them. Do you know?
It's a childhood thing. No, it's a lab.
It's a lab, okay. Actually, ATAL means AICT training and learning is given as ATAL. AICT, All India Technical Commission. So All India Council for Technical Education is offering this ATAL Tinkering Lab. So particularly in Salem, in nearby institutions to us are taking up this ATAL Tinkering Lab. Some 3 government schools. We are mentoring the government school students. So ATAL Tinkering Lab offers activity-based learning in the identified schools across the country. So we are giving opportunity for them to get ideas and we are giving the solutions. So set of experiments will be given by the Atal Tinkering Lab, and they are offering the funding. Anybody can raise up your hand for Atal Tinkering Lab? Anyone? You are having Atal Tinkering. How much funding you are getting? 20 lakhs. So they are giving set of experiments, and you have to set up the lab with that fund. So the Atal Tinkering Lab, chief objective of the Atal Tinkering Lab is to promote curiosity, imagination and creativity in the minds of the school-going children. So other goals of the scheme is inculcating in children a design mindset, adaptive learning, computational thinking, physical computational also. So we have certain impacts on Atal Tinkering Lab. The first and foremost thing is nurturing creativity. By providing a conducive environment for exploration and experimentation, Atal fosters creativity among the students. They learn to think outside the box, innovate, and approach problems with multiple perspectives. And the second one is encouraging entrepreneurship. This Atal Tinkering Lab play a crucial role in nurturing the spirit of entrepreneurship among the students. By guiding them through the process of ideation, prototyping, and market validation, these labs empower the students to turn their ideas into viable businesses. And the next one is developing critical skills. So through hands-on projects, students develop critical skills such as problem solving, communication, collaboration, and resilience. These skills are essential not only for the academic success, but also for success in workplace and in life. And the next one is contributing to the innovation ecosystem. Adults are not just confined to the four walls of the schools. They are integrated into larger innovation ecosystem. Industry, academia, and the government organizations. Adults provide students with exposure to real-world challenges and opportunities, preparing them to become future innovators and change makers. And the next one is bridging the urban and rural divide. One of the remarkable aspects of the Atal initiative is its focus on inclusivity. By establishing labs in rural as well as urban areas, the initiatives ensures that the students from all backgrounds have equal access to resources and opportunities for innovation. Dr. John mentioned few C's. Do you remember the C's? Creativity, collaboration, critical thinking, communication, curiosity, criticism. So 7 C's. Let me list the 7 C's. 8 C's, 10 C's, any C's we can have. Here I would like to mention 7 C's. Commitment, courage, confidence, common sense, communication, creativity and curiosity. Commitment, courage, confidence, common sense, communication, creativity and curiosity. All these 7 C's are offered by STEM. What is STEM? What is STEM?
Science, technology,
Engineering and mathematics. Okay. Previous. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. What is STEM? STEM stands for Science, Technology, Engineering and Mathematics. So STEM is an approach to learning and development that integrates the areas of science, technology, engineering and mathematics. So through STEM, students develop key skills including problem solving, creativity, critical analysis, teamwork, independent thinking, initiative, communication and digital literacy. So these are the things we can develop through STEM for the students. So STEM is a curriculum designed to provide the students with the maximum possible exposure and hands-on experience in a particular field. It offers a perfect blend of course modules with a few mandatory lab assignments and group projects which help in learning through practical implementation of theoretical knowledge. So, STEM programs. Actually, as a ISR activity in our college, we used to bring the students from various schools and we used to organize this kind of programs. So, we are using Dr. Giridharan, a former scientist and joint director of DRDO as a resource person, and he is bringing the experimental setup and he used to demonstrate all the experiments related to physics, chemistry and mathematics. Once he visited, yes madam. So sometimes like Metro Malco school, we bring the students from there, or sometimes they ask us to bring professor to their school. So these are the kind of activities we are organizing for developing the community. And then Adult Tinkering Lab is mentored by DGCT. College of Technology offers mentoring to other schools, particularly in rural school like Panapati and Mecheri. Like that, we are going for Adult Tinkering Lab shape. So, with the help of the STEM or with the help of Adult Tinkering Lab, we can develop the students' community. We can bring more practical knowledge to the students. So never stop learning, and this statement is for all of us. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for sharing your insights with us. Professor Dr. Joseph Dunstan, Dr. J. John Lovejoy, Mr. D. Ganeshan, former DEO, Mrs. Milnerkudi, ma'am, Mrs. Ramamani, ma'am, Mr. Bala Subramanian, sir, onto the stage. Mrs. Milnerkudi, ma'am, Principal, Jiva Public School. Congratulations, Mr. Ganesh Srinivasan, Principal, ETT Vikas Public School. Congratulations, sir. Mrs. Shailaja, Principal, SS Public. Congratulations, ma'am. Mrs. Renu, Principal, Little Kingdom School. Congratulations, ma'am. Mrs. Maula Devi, Principal, Vivekananda Vidya Bhavan. Congratulations, ma'am. AP Baskin, Principal, Kathiraman Metric Higher Secondary School. Congratulations, sir. M. Parathan, Principal, Shindle Academy, Metric Higher Secondary School. Congratulations, sir. Miss Priya Durela, Principal, Lotus International School. Congratulations, ma'am. I request all the awardees to wait to have a group photo. Till the last. Mrs. Subhadra, Principal, Arise, Public Senior Secondary School, Salem. Congratulations, ma'am. Mr. P. Ganeshan, I request Aarti sir to honor Mr. P. Ganeshan, the former DEO. Mr. Dr. J. Murali, Sri Kumaran Public Senior Secondary School.
So good evening to one and all present here. So I'm very happy to interact with you all. From morning onwards, I would see the lot of interactions from experts and your principals interaction. So we got opportunity to sponsor this event. Really very happy to see this. Like your forum, really end of the day we thought of it. Even we have one association, Self-Financing Engineering College Association, as well as we don't have association for principal. But after seeing this, why don't we have an association for the principal? Really? Even I have witnessed all the speakers, wonderful speakers. Really, the last session I missed. My colleague shared the outstanding session. There is a 4-1 single session, really wonderful. He just spoke about emotional intelligence. Dear principals, really I would say, so your role is very, very phenomenal role. You are doing a lot of things. Compared with you, we are doing only less amount of work in college, right? So only we don't take that much care what you are taking care for the students. So coming to our institution, Knowledge is of Technology. This is a very unique institution, started in the year 2009. The first institution promoted by group of faculty members in Tamil Nadu. 21 academicians joined together, promoted this institution. Started in 2009. Our vision, we want to become one among top 25, top 500 university in the world in 2035. That is our goal. As a founder of this trust and principal of the college, Dr. P.S. Srinivasan, was IITian. So he is the founder. He joined another 21 faculty members who have worked with him, joined together, promoted this institution. 2009 we started. As per roadmap, the first 5 years we want to become one among top 5 in the district. Within 4 years, we got number 2 position in the district based on single window counseling system. Then 10th year, we want to become one among top 10 in the Coimbatore Anna University region, where 150 institutions were there. That time, within 10th year, we occupied a number that is a 12th position in there is a Coimbatore University. Then 15th year, that is last year we completed 15th year. We want to become one among top 50 in the state. Now last year, based on the single window counseling system, we occupied 47th position in the state. So now we are moving 20th year. Before reaching the 20th year, we want to become one among top 100 in India. We are participating in NIRF ranking. Based on the mark and other things, we may be among 200 to 300th position. Another 4 years we have, definitely we reach one among top 100. In 25th year, we want to become one among top 500 university in the world. Now we are moving for international collaborations. Even last month I visited a few universities in Malaysia. We exchanged MOUs. Our students are going to take 1 semester program at abroad. So slowly we are moving. So QS ranking and international ranking. So what is the specialty in KIOT? So already said, this is promoted by group of faculty members, the founder Dr. P.S. Srinivasan. We have 8 UG courses, 5 core branches, mechanical, electrical, electronics, computer science, civil. Then CSE plus CSE, IT, ADS and computer science and business system. We have 4 PG courses, ME Industrial Safety Engineering, ME Computer Science, ME VLSI and ME EST. Then 2 MBA courses. One is regular MBA. This year we got our unique MBA. MBA in Innovation, Entrepreneurship and Venture Development. This is MBA only pure after completing the MBA. The candidate can start their own startup. So for that we have exclusive facility, incubation startups in our campus, 10,000 per square feet incubation cell. Plus we have exclusive idea lab. So already madam said, the last session madam said tinkering lab. Already we are also mentoring many tinkering lab, school tinkering lab. Apart from this, we have AICT sponsored Idea Lab. This lab is available 104 institution in India. We have in Salem districts only KUT is having. Through this lab, so we can all tinkering lab can be mentored. All school students and faculty can visit this lab. You can have your skill development, product development, what kind of experience you want to have. So we are going to send invitation to you. So next 6 months, you can visit with your faculty members this Idea Lab. So in Western country, they used to call it as maker space. In India, we are calling it as Idea Lab. So these are the salient features. So we don't want to say much. All the informations are available in our regular websites. Next. So our curriculum, last year we became autonomous institution. So you can find the uniqueness in the curriculum because this is promoted by faculty members. In curriculum, this is a contemporary curriculum. So as on date, what is industry record we have. So two kind of component are introduced in the curriculum. One is department industrial vertical, another one is emerging technology vertical. This department industrial vertical means if they study mechanical engineering related latest technology they will study as a subject. Then emerging technology vertical, all the department students have to know about IoT, cyber security, blockchain technology, artificial intelligence, whatever things technology related with computer science. Almost mechanical to all branches, they will study this emerging technology vertical. Almost all the branch students, they can have multidisciplinary, interdisciplinary knowledge on all the domain. Now the students, end of the 4th year, they are able to get placement easily. Next. So another uniqueness, we have 1,200 hours training program. Already we know we have the institution at the semi-rural. The students may be the higher end student or lower end students. The students are properly trained, they may get easily placement. So for this we have 1,200 hour training program from first year to final year. We cover end to end, starting from communication skill to up to interview skills. We give more program on attitude building. So all this 1,200 hour we brought in our curriculum itself. Even before we become autonomous, we have given separately this kind of courses, valuable courses. Now all these courses are brought in the curriculum. So part of the curriculum they will study. Next. So apart from this, we have Center for Foreign Languages. So we teach Japanese as well as German. At the last 10 years, we are giving this Japanese language. Around 300 students are trained in Japanese language. Around 25 students are working in Japan as of now at various countries. Then another one uniqueness is Center of Excellence. Nowadays everybody used to tell this Center of Excellence. We used to say placement oriented PAT Center of Excellence. For example, we have Ashok Leyland Laboratory. Ashok Leyland company have established exclusive lab in our college. Around 70 lakhs they have sponsored established lab. You can also visit our lab. So the Ashok Leyland only established 4 kind of lab in India. 3 are in government college, 1 is only at KUT in that is Tamil Nadu. So here there are more truck operators, especially the Ashok Leyland vehicles are running. So all the truck operators, drivers, local people also can use the lab as well as the students can use the lab. Like this Tech Mahendra, Techum, they established one lab for exclusive on computer science related skills. Like this we have 20 plus laboratory. So we used to say any students are entering KUT at the time of joining itself their placements are ensued. How means 20 plus COEs, all the COEs in each COE 50 plus students are trained. So the trained 50 students we have to present for the company. Suppose Techum, we established one lab, we are training for 50 students now, we have to present all the 50 students to Tech Mahendra first. They used to recruit 20 to 25 students, so simply. So like this, around 20 lab, around 1,000 students are trained, 500 students are placement, so it is without any problem they get placements. That's why the students are entering into KUT at the time of admission itself, we are ensuring the placement for around 500 students because of this Center of Excellence and Industry Linked Laboratory. Next. So we have very strong faculty team. Around 30 to 40% of faculty are doctorate. Average experience of the faculty are 10 plus years. That is another uniqueness of KOT, right? So our faculty retention rate is 85%. Attrition rate is only 5 to 10%. So average experience is 10 plus years. That's why we are able to give better education to the students. We are able to groom the students well. So these are the Center of Excellence. Next. So we have 70 plus club and forums. We give complete importance to total personality development. So the students, every year the students have to make one product. So whatever the subject they study. So within 4 years they will study minimum 4 products. Using the product, they used to participate in company organized contest. So once they participate in contest, they are winning many prizes. Because of this kind of habit, they are getting easily placements. So they are having real time, they are getting real time experience because of participating in these kind of things. So these sample of students' achievements. So we have many professional society clubs. So apart from this, we give importance to the, there is a public service commission, and all the students are given exposure on this career. We have exclusive career guidance. We are giving training on how to write public service commission examination, as well as for higher education, how to prepare for GATE and getting ME Tech program and IITs. Next. So already said, this is assured placements. Almost even last year, we have placed 95% of the students, that is in good companies. Even this year, we started the 24-25. Even starting itself, around 20 mechanical students got intern for 25,000. Even they are studying at final only. So this year fully they get intern for 25,000 in Robert Bose and Kone Elevators like companies. End of the year they may get full placement. Like all the students are getting good intern in good companies. This is another one. This is the innovation lab. Already I said this is idea lab. So we brought this idea lab in our curriculum itself. All the students first year and second year they have laboratory. Completely all the students are getting trained how to make PCB design to 3D printing all the areas. So kindly make visit this lab. So then we have exclusive setup for startups. Using this idea lab, already we have a concept of make a product. Idea lab, they will make a product. So unique product are taken to the patent. So after getting the patent, the unique product can be taken as a business model. So we have exclusive startup cell where they can incubate their product as a business model. So after 1 year, that is it is getting some attractions, it can be moved out, that can be graduated as a business to the outside world. So almost we are sponsoring almost 5 projects, unique projects. We have sponsored that is a seed fund. They are incubating their product as a business model in our incubation setup itself. So recently we went to Malaysia. We signed MOU with 2 universities. We exchanged MOUs. So these are the achievements. The top educator award. Last year this VVDN company, we placed almost 6 students in the company. Every year the VVDN company used to take some survey. Almost they are recruiting the students from across India. So they are after 1 year, they are assessing all the recruited students based on their performance. Then, so which are the students are doing well? Based on that, they are identifying the college. So based on the assessment, our KUT students, top 5 students are performed well. Based on that, our college is given as a best educator award, right? Because of we produce the good students, they have given good service to their company. So other achievements and recognitions. So thank you very much for your patient listening. So 1 or 2 questions related with any engineering education. I cannot say the cutoff on what are the colleges. In general, if you have any questions, I am ready to answer. Thank you very much. Otherwise, your time is almost 4:20. You are in hurry up, we can wind up.
Yes, sir, please stay there. I request Mr. R. Rajendra Prasad to honor Vishakavel, Vice Principal and the co-founder of Keynote. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Very good evening. On behalf of Salem Sahodaya, we wish to honor Ramasubramaniam sir. Ramamani ma'am, please. Sir, RP sir. And here we have two eminent speakers who made our day today is like enthralling day, and we wish to honor them too here on behalf of you. Are you? Please, our keynote address. Speaker, Professor, sir, please, and your student also. Your student, our teacher.
Now I request Ramasubramaniam sir, a life member of PSPA, City Coordinator of CBSE, a Principal of Bharani International School, Karur, to propose vote of thanks on behalf of PSPA. Thank you.
We have 5 minutes for 4:30. The Private School Principals Association's Regional School Conclave at Salem, with the support of our Salem Sahodaya Schools Complex, has come to a very beautiful closure now. Before giving a very formal thanks on behalf of PSPA, I must personally thank Rajendra Prasad sir here. Sir, will you please get up from your place, sir? Please give a very big hand to Rajendra Prasad sir. He is beautifully assisted by our Miraj Karim sir for this program. Friends, this is not an easy task. You see, Prasad sir also has a school like us. He is heading a school and Miraj sir is also heading the school. They are traveling to places, from one city to another city, from one state to another state. They are building a very strong network of school principals, which is the need of the hour, which is really the need of the hour. Please join our hands and please congratulate them, appreciate them. A very big eminent principal award goes to Rajendra Prasad sir, because he is always behind the scene and he's motivating and he's ensuring that everybody is connected for a noble cause. Thank you so much, President. Thank you, Miraj sir. Thank you, sir. Friends, you see, this is a beautiful get-together. Since morning, we had a very hearty laugh, right? Many of us, because when I came here, John sir was speaking. It was a very nice, very interactive session, right? And morning, Sendil sir spoke, our Honorable Professor sir, Joseph sir spoke, right? A day of enlightenment, I would say, right? A beautiful togetherness, lot of sharing of ideas. It is not only from the speakers we got ideas, from our fellow principals, from our peers, when we meet them, when we are away from the school for one full day, when we have deep insights, sitting outside the school, being with our friends, having a lot of laughter, having a lot of togetherness, that feel, and thinking about education and academics and sports, right? This is a wonderful thing, which is beautifully designed by the Private School Principals Association. They are doing so many very, very purposeful and very useful activities for principals like this. Friends, I do not know like how many of you have become member of Private School Principals Association. If not yet, I request everybody, please become a part and parcel of this, because this is a nationwide organization. You go to Delhi, we have PSPA. You go to Meerut, we have PSPA. You go to like Jharkhand, we have PSPA. Right? Activities are going on. And I really doubt how Prasad sir like makes out his time, because Delhi meeting he is present, Salem meeting he is present. And it is not only that, we have to organize so many things, like when there is a meeting, when there is a program being done here, lots of organizational activities like need to be done, and it is beautifully done by Prasad sir, Dhananjay sir, Murthy sir, our Miraj sir, right? It's really like very, very appreciable. Friends, if we have not become member of this great forum, kindly do become a member, right? Because we all know that in this changing scenario of the new education policy, National Education Policy 2020, a strong network, a strong togetherness of the real leaders. We are the real leaders, like being in the school, being as head teachers, we are the real leaders. If there is a very strong network, when there is the presence of a very strong network, and a representation at the national level and the state level is very simple. Because we have always realized that more importance is given to a principal representation than a management representation at the ministerial level. Many times we have felt that when we go there for a representation with some academic issues, when it comes from the principals, from the leaders, from the teachers, then it is given more importance. So at this juncture, my very, very special thanks to the organizers, to our president and all the office bearers. My hearty thanks to the eminent speakers who made our day. Thank you so much. Like you have really enlightened us, sir. Thank you. The teacher and the student, thank you so much. And especially our Salem Sahodaya Schools Complex, Minal Kodi ma'am and Ramamani ma'am and your team. It is a great pleasure having associated with you, right, once again, organizing this program. And all the principals, right from Hosur, like from Bangalore border, like till Namakkal, like many people are here. A nice opportunity to meet friends. I'm very happy, right? I met many friends today. I had a lot of interaction. So, dear friends, thank you very much to one and all. But with one question, let us leave this place. AI is getting integrated in our classrooms, right? Technology is getting integrated in our classrooms. We have new methodologies, we have the adult tinkering lab, so many things, right? But with one question, we would like to close this session today. How are we going to send good human beings out of our schools with the help of all this technology, AI, new innovations is a very, very big question now. Good human beings. Human beings who love the nation, human beings who love the family, human beings who love their mother tongue, human beings who respect and who value others. How are we going to send them out of our schools along with the great academic scores, along with the great sports achievements, along with the science innovations and all other things? As principals, as school leaders, as a great forum, as a great network, how are we going to continue to send good human beings? Is a very, very big question. With the possibility of a very strong forum like this creating good human beings forever from our schools is also very much possible. Thank you one and all for your very nice, great presence here. Thank you PSPA. Thank you every principal who is present here. And thanks for all the sponsors also. Thank you so much.
Now I request Ramasubramaniam sir, a life member of PSPA, City Coordinator of CBSE, a Principal of Bharani International School, Karur, to propose vote of thanks on behalf of PSPA. Thank you.
We have 5 minutes for 4:30. the Private School Principals Association's Regional School Conclave at Salem, with the support of our Salem Sahodaya Schools Complex, has come to a very beautiful closure now. Before giving a very formal thanks on behalf of PSPA, I must personally thank Rajendra Prasad sir here. Sir, will you please get up from your place, sir? Please give a very big hand to Rajendra Prasad sir. He is beautifully assisted by our Miraj Karim sir for this program. Friends, this is not an easy task. You see, Prasad sir also has a school like us. He is heading a school and Miraj sir is also heading the school. They are traveling to places, from one city to another city, from one state to another state. They are building a very strong network of school principals, which is the need of the hour, which is really the need of the hour. Please join our hands and please congratulate them, appreciate them. A very big, eminent principal award goes to Rajendra Prasad sir, because he's always behind the scene and he's motivating and he's ensuring that everybody is connected for a noble cause. Thank you so much, President. Thank you, Miraj sir. Thank you, sir. Friends, you see, this is a beautiful get-together. Since morning, we had a very hearty laugh, right? Many of us, because when I came here, John sir was speaking. It was a very nice, very interactive session, right? And morning, Sendil sir spoke, our honorable Professor sir, Joseph sir spoke, right? A day of enlightenment, I would say, right? A beautiful togetherness, lot of sharing of ideas. It is not only from the speakers we got ideas, from our fellow principals, from our peers when we meet them, when we are away from the school for one full day, when we have deep insights, sitting outside the school, being with our friends, having lot of laughter, having lot of togetherness, that feel, and thinking about education and academics and sports, right? This is a wonderful thing, which is beautifully designed by the Private School Principals Association. They are doing so many very, very purposeful and very useful activities for principals like this. Friends, I do not know how many of you have become member of the Private School Principals Association. If not yet, I request everybody, please become a part and parcel of this, because this is a nationwide organization. You go to Delhi, we have PSPA. You go to Meerut, we have PSPA. You go to Jharkhand, we have PSPA. Right? Activities are going on. And I really doubt how Prasad sir makes out his time, because Delhi meeting he is present, Salem meeting he is present. And it is not only that, we have to organize so many things, when there is a meeting, when there is a program being done here, lots of organizational activities need to be done, and it is beautifully done by Prasad sir, Dhananjay sir, Murthy sir, our Miraj sir, right? It's really very, very appreciable. Friends, if we have not become member of this great forum, kindly do become a member, right? Because we all know that in this changing scenario of the new education policy, National Education Policy 2020, a strong network, a strong togetherness of the real leaders. We are the real leaders, being in the school, being as head teachers, we are the real leaders. If there is a very strong network, when there is the presence of a very strong network, and a representation at the national level and the state level is very simple. Because we have always realized that more importance is given to a principal representation than a management representation at the ministerial level. Many times we have felt that when we go there for a representation with some academic issues, when it comes from the principals, from the leaders, from the teachers, then it is given more importance. So at this juncture, my very, very special thanks to the organizers, to our president and all the office bearers. My hearty thanks to the eminent speakers who made our day. Thank you so much. You have really enlightened us, sir. Thank you. the teacher and the student. Thank you so much. And especially our Salem Sahodaya Schools Complex, Minal Kodi ma'am and Ramamani ma'am and your team. It is a great pleasure having associated with you, right, once again, organizing this program. And all the principals, right from Hosur, like from Bangalore border, like till Namakkal, like many people are here. A nice opportunity to meet friends. I'm very happy, right? I met many friends today. I had a lot of interaction. So, dear friends, thank you very much to one and all. But with one question, let us leave this place. AI is getting integrated in our classrooms, right? Technology is getting integrated in our classrooms. We have new methodologies, we have the adult tinkering lab, so many things, right? But with one question, we would like to close this session today. How are we going to send good human beings out of our schools with the help of all this technology, AI, new innovations is a very, very big question now. Good human beings. Human beings who love the nation, human beings who love the family, human beings who love their mother tongue, human beings who respect and who value others. How are we going to send them out of our schools along with the great academic scores, along with the great sports achievements, along with the science innovations and all other things, as principals, as school leaders, as a great forum, as a great network? How are we going to continue to send good human beings is a very, very big question. With the possibility of a very strong forum like this creating good human beings forever from our schools is also very much possible. Thank you one and all for your very nice, great presence here. Thank you PSPA. Thank you every principal who is present here. And thanks for all the sponsors also. Thank you so much.
Ganeshan, former DEO, Namakkal, Dunstan sir on the stage to distribute the certificates to all the principals. Thank you. Please.
I request R. Raja, Principal, St. Joseph International School, Salem. N.S. Victor, Principal, Sri Vidya Mandir Senior Secondary School, Salem. Sister Mary Therese, Principal, Klani Vidyaniketan School. K. Sharmila, Principal, Shempad Public School. R. Margaret, Principal, SPIOA Public School. K. A. Shamsuddin, Principal, R. at Oxford Public School. D. Aarti, Principal, SRB Innovative Public School. S. Sugandhi, Principal, Greenwald Excel School. M. Sumati, Vivekananda Balamandir, Salem. S. Surya Narayan, Principal, Royal School. M. Sudha Ramesh, Principal, Vechi Vikas Public School. D. Sai Geeta, Principal, Royal Park School. S. Ganesh, Principal, BGV Public School. M. Prem Chandra, Notre Dame of Holy Cross School. Anthony Robert, Principal, Kailash Mansarovar School. S. Gino Thomas, Principal, Amala Metric Higher Secondary School. S. Anutama, Principal, Sri Vidya Mandir Higher Secondary School. P.K. Harshavardhan, Jiva Public School. S. Amala Jairaj, St. John's National Academy. R. Renu, Little Kingdom Senior Secondary School. J. Karmukilan, Holy Angels Public School. Dr. M. Uma, Principal, Vidyaniketan Public School. Dr. S. Chidambaram, Principal, Sri Vinayaka International Senior Secondary School. Dr. Maula Devi, Principal, Vivekananda Vidya Bhavan School. N. Ramasamy, Correspondent, Lotus Metric Higher Secondary School. V. Shailaja, Principal, Sri Sheshas International Public School. M. Reena, Principal, Indian Public School. C. Mohana, Principal, Alaya Academy. N. J. Murali, Principal, Sri Kumaran Public Senior Secondary School. K. Subhadra, Principal, Arise International School of Excellence. M.S. Neka, Lotus International School. Priya Durairaj, Principal, Lotus International School. AP Bhaskaran, Principal, Kadiravan Metric Higher Secondary School. B. Ramya Rani, Principal, Vetrivikas International School. Mary Jilay, Principal, Lotus Public School. Dr. Roslyn Papita, Principal, Jnanodaya International School. K. Bhuvaneshwari, Principal, Sri Vidya Mandir Senior Secondary School. S. Ramamani, Principal, Sri Vidya Mandir Senior Secondary School. P.G. Krishnan, Principal, Sri Vidya Mandir Senior Secondary School. B. Mingalkudi, Principal, Jiva Public School. P. Sunita, Principal, SRV Innovative School. Kavita, Principal, Vagishwari Vidyalaya CBSE School. Dr. Bhuvaneshwari, Principal, Mata Kondapalli Modern School. D. Selvin, Principal, Sri Vidya Mandir Senior Secondary School. D. Lakshman, Principal, Sri Vidya Mandir Secondary School. M. Karpanan, Principal, Shingle Academy Metric Higher Secondary School. R. Prakash, Vice Principal, Abhay Vidyashram Public School. R. Mahendran, Principal, Abhay Vidyashram Public School. C. William Gerald, Vice Principal, Jayarani Metric Higher Secondary School. E. Siralan, Principal, Vidya Vikas Metric Higher Secondary School. C. Radhakrishnan, Principal, Kailash School of Excellence. E. Kupendran, Principal, Newtown's Apple Public School. T. Manoj Babu, Principal, Dhiran Academy. C. Radhakrishnan, Principal, Kailash School of Excellence. I request everyone to come forward for a group photo.
Make it fast, fast, move fast.
உள்ள போகாதீங்க.
ESPN